Holy shit! Anything this psycho holds becomes a weapon of mass destruction. Yeah, you heard that right. Destruction. Izuku Midoriya isn't saving anybody. He's the most dangerous assassin in Japan. And he carved a goddamn bullseye into his forehead. Buckle up, because this kid doesn't miss and doesn't give a fuck.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
The bird didn't stand a chance. It was a sparrow. Small, brown, unremarkable, perched on the rusted chain-link fence behind the Midoriya apartment in Musutafu, preening its feathers in the afternoon sun like the world owed it something. 4-year-old Izuku Midoriya sat cross-legged on the concrete patio, watching it with his head tilted to the side, a smooth pebble rolling between his tiny fingers. He didn't know why he wanted to throw it. He just did. Something in his brain clicked. Not a thought. Something deeper. Something mechanical. The distance to the bird registered in his mind like a number on a screen. 14 meters. The wind was blowing northeast at 3 kilometers per hour. The pebble weighed approximately 12 grams. His arm would need to release at a 47-degree angle with a velocity of... He threw. The pebble crossed the yard in a blur. It struck the sparrow dead center in the skull with a sound like a knuckle rapping on a wooden door. The bird dropped off the fence without so much as a flutter, landing in the dirt like a crumpled piece of paper. Izuku stood up, walked over, looked down at it. The sparrow's head was caved in on one side. One black eye stared up at nothing. A thin line of blood ran from its beak into the dust. Izuku Midoriya smiled. Not the smile of a child who had discovered something wonderful. Not the smile of innocence. It was the smile of something that had just woken up. Something old and hungry and wrong. Cool, he whispered. His mother found the bird later that evening. She assumed a cat had gotten it. She threw it in the trash and told Izuku to wash his hands before dinner. He did. He was a good boy. He ate his rice and watched All Might on television and went to bed at 8 o'clock. But that night, lying in the dark, he kept replaying it. The arc of the pebble, the impact, the way the life just switched off in that tiny body like someone had pulled a plug. He replayed it over and over, and each time the smile came back. He was 4 years old, and he had just discovered 2 things about himself. 1, he had a quirk. 2, he liked killing. The quirk manifested fully over the following months, and by the time Inko Midoriya took her son to the quirk specialist, the doctor's analysis was clinical and precise. Perfect aim, the doctor said, adjusting his glasses as he reviewed the neural scans on his monitor. It's a cognitive kinesthetic quirk. His brain automatically calculates trajectories, velocities, distances, angles of deflection, wind resistance, gravitational pull, everything required to place a thrown object exactly where he wants it, 100% of the time. Inko clutched her purse. So he'll always hit what he's aiming at? With any projectile, a ball, a stone, a dart, anything he can throw, flick, kick, spit, or otherwise propel through the air. His accuracy is absolute. It's quite remarkable, actually. The doctor paused, glancing at the boy sitting quietly on the examination table. Izuku was stacking tongue depressors into a small tower, his green eyes focused, his expression blank. Has he shown any unusual behaviors? No, Inko said quickly. Too quickly. He's a perfectly normal boy. She was lying. She'd found the dead cats behind the apartment building, 3 of them over 2 months, each one killed by a small object, a bottle cap, a marble, a piece of gravel, embedded in their skulls with surgical precision. She told herself it was a coincidence. She told herself a lot of things. Izuku looked up from his tongue depressors and met the doctor's eyes. He smiled that smile. The doctor looked away first. By age 10, Izuku Midoriya had graduated from animals, not because he developed a conscience, because animals had gotten boring. He'd killed birds, cats, dogs, rats, even a stray horse once with a ball bearing fired from a slingshot at 200 meters. Dropped it like a sack of bricks, but the thrill had dulled. The calculations were too easy. The targets didn't fight back, didn't scream, didn't try to run in interesting ways. They just died, and dying was only fun when there was terror attached to it, so he started targeting people, not killing them. Not yet. He wasn't stupid. Even at 10, Izuku understood consequences, but he'd practice. He'd sit on rooftops with a bag of marbles and ping them off distant targets, a businessman's briefcase, a woman's coffee cup, a child's balloon, always from angles that made the shots look impossible, always perfectly placed. He once bounced a marble off a traffic light, off the hood of a moving taxi, off a fire hydrant, and into the open mouth of a man yawning on a park bench. The man nearly choked to death. Izuku watched from the rooftop, legs dangling over the edge, and laughed until his stomach hurt. He started keeping a journal. Not like the hero analysis notebooks that another version of him might have kept in another life. No, this journal was different. He cataloged targets, distances, environmental variables, kill shots versus wound shots versus humiliation shots. He drew diagrams of ricochet paths, annotating angles of deflection and surface materials. He tested his quirk against every material he could find: metal, glass, wood, rubber, water, human flesh. The journal was meticulous. Scientific, the work of a mind that was brilliant and completely irreparably broken. At school, he was invisible. Not bullied, not popular, just there. The teachers noted that he was intelligent, but disengaged. Izuku seems distracted, they'd write on his report cards. He needs to participate more in class activities. They had no idea that the distracted boy in the back row was mentally calculating how to kill every person in the room with the contents of his pencil case. 22 students, 1 teacher, 2 mechanical pencils, 4 erasers, 9 paper clips, a protractor, and a box of thumbtacks. He could do it in 11 seconds. He didn't. But he could. Katsuki Bakugo sat 3 rows ahead of him, loud and arrogant and burning with a quirk that made everyone fawn over him. Explosion. Flashy. Powerful. The kind of quirk that made adults say, future pro hero with stars in their eyes. Bakugo would set off small explosions in his palms and grin like he owned the world. Izuku watched him with the same flat, analytical stare he gave everything else. He didn't hate Bakugo. Hate required emotional investment, and Izuku had stopped investing in other people's existence a long time ago. But he did find Bakugo interesting. In the way a marksman finds a particularly challenging target interesting, one day Bakugo caught him staring. "What are you looking at, Midoriya?" he snarled, small explosions crackling in his palms. Izuku tilted his head, smiled. "Your carotid artery." Bakugo blinked. "What?" "It pulses when you're angry. Right there." Izuku pointed to the left side of Bakugo's neck. A number 2 pencil would go right through it at this distance. You'd bleed out in about 90 seconds. Probably less, since your heart rate is elevated. The classroom went dead silent. Bakugo stared at him for a long time. Then he turned back around and didn't speak to Izuku Midoriya for the rest of the school year. Nobody did. The Bullseye appeared on his 12th birthday. He did it himself, in the bathroom with a box cutter and a hand mirror. His mother was working a double shift at the convenience store. He had the apartment to himself. He locked the bathroom door, stood in front of the mirror, and pressed the blade to his forehead. The pain was extraordinary. Blood sheeted down his face, into his eyes, dripping off his chin into the white porcelain sink in fat red drops. He didn't flinch. He cut slowly and deliberately, a circle first, then a smaller circle inside it, then the center dot. A perfect concentric target carved into his own flesh, right between his eyebrows. When he finished, he washed the blood away and looked at himself. The boy in the mirror grinned back at him with blood running down his face and madness shining in his green eyes. "There," he said. "Now they'll know who I am." He bandaged it, and when his mother came home and asked what happened, he told her he fell. She believed him because she needed to believe him, because the alternative, that her son was something monstrous, was a truth she could not survive. The scar healed, raised and pink, a permanent brand on his forehead. He wore it proudly. At school, the other kids stared. Teachers asked questions. A counselor was called. Izuku sat across from her and answered every question with polite, empty responses, and behind his eyes, he was calculating the trajectory of the pen on her desk to her left eye socket. "I'm fine," he told her. "It was an accident." She believed him too. Everyone always believed him. That was the thing about monsters. The really dangerous ones didn't look like monsters at all. They looked like quiet, green-haired boys with freckles and a shy smile and a target carved into their face. The first kill happened when he was 14. Not an animal. A person. A pro hero, specifically. A mid-ranking hero called Skylark, whose quirk let him generate gusts of wind from his hands. He was responding to a villain attack in downtown Musutafu, some low-level thug with a strength enhancement quirk who was robbing a jewelry store. Standard fare, the kind of thing pro heroes handled before lunch. Izuku was there by coincidence. He'd been walking home from a convenience store with a pack of playing cards, the expensive kind, with the laminated finish that made them rigid enough to throw properly. He'd been practicing card throwing for 3 years. At this point, he could put a playing card through a wooden plank at 20 meters. Skylark was on the street, wine swirling around his hands, shouting commands at the villain. Civilians were running. Police were setting up a perimeter. It was chaos, and chaos was Izuku's favorite environment. He stopped on the sidewalk, pulled a card from the pack. The ace of spades, Skylark was 43 meters away, facing perpendicular to Izuku's position. His hero costume had a high collar but left his neck exposed below the jaw. The jugular vein was visible when Skylark turned his head, a faint blue line beneath the skin pulsing with every heartbeat. Izuku's brain did the math in a fraction of a second. He threw. The playing card crossed 43 meters in under a second, spinning at over 3,000 RPM. It sliced through the air with a sound like tearing silk. Skylark never heard it, never saw it. He was mid-sentence shouting, "Stand down!" at the villain. When the ace of spades buried itself 2 inches deep in his jugular vein, he stopped talking. His mouth stayed open. His hands dropped to his sides, and the wind died with them. He reached up to touch his throat and found a playing card sticking out of it, already slick with blood. Skylark dropped to his knees. Then he fell forward onto his face. The blood pooled around him in an expanding circle, shockingly red against the gray asphalt. He was dead in 40 seconds. The street erupted. Civilians screamed. The villain stood there in confused shock. Police officers scrambled, looking wildly in every direction for the source of the attack. But Izuku was already walking away, hands in his pockets, the deck of cards tucked back into his jacket. He was smiling, not grinning, not laughing maniacally, just smiling. A small, private, satisfied smile, the smile of an artist who had just completed a masterpiece. "Bullseye," he murmured to himself. That night, he lay in bed and stared at the ceiling, and he felt something he hadn't felt in years. A warmth in his chest, a sense of completeness, like a puzzle piece clicking into place. He'd found his calling. The news reported Skylark's death as a villain attack, an unknown assailant, possibly with a projectile-based quirk. The police had no leads. The playing card was recovered from the hero's throat and analyzed. No fingerprints, no DNA. A standard playing card available at any convenience store in Japan. Izuku watched the news coverage from his bedroom and took notes in his journal. First kill. Ace of spades, 43 meters, clean entry, severed jugular, time to death approximately 40 seconds. Assessment, perfect. He underlined perfect 3 times. Over the next several months, he practiced more. He developed his skills with an obsessive, relentless dedication that bordered on mania. He could throw anything now, not just cards and marbles, but coins, pens, chopsticks, glass shards, bottle caps, screws, nails, paper clips, toothpicks, keys, batteries, zipper pulls, shirt buttons. Anything he could grip between his fingers became a lethal weapon. He practiced ricochet shots obsessively. His quirk didn't just calculate direct trajectories, it calculated deflections. He could throw a marble at a wall and have it bounce off at a precise angle to hit a target behind cover. 2 bounces, 3 bounces, 5 bounces. He once bounced a steel ball bearing off 7 surfaces in a cramped alley to hit a rat hiding behind a dumpster. The bearing traveled 40 meters total across all its deflections, 7 bounces, 1 dead rat. He laughed for 10 minutes. He was 15 when All for One found him. Or rather, when All for One's people found him. The underground villain network had taken notice of the string of unsolved killings across Musutafu. 3 more pro-heroes dead in the span of 6 months, each one killed by an impossible projectile. A pen through an eye, a coin through a temple, a shard of glass that somehow curved around a concrete pillar to sever a femoral artery. The police were baffled. The Hero Commission was alarmed. Someone was hunting heroes, and nobody could figure out how. The man who came to Izuku's door introduced himself as the Doctor. Daruma Ujiko, short, fat, bespectacled, with a smile that belonged on a children's television host. He smelled like antiseptic and formaldehyde. Young man, the doctor said, I represent a very powerful individual who is interested in your talents. Izuku leaned against the doorframe. His mother was at work. He was eating a bowl of cereal. My talents. The playing card. The coin. The pen. Very creative. Very efficient. The doctor adjusted his glasses. My employer would like to offer you an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? The kind that pays extremely well and allows you to do what you love. Izuku took a bite of cereal. Chewed, swallowed, considered. I'm listening. All for One never showed his face. Not at first. Everything was done through proxies, the doctor, various handlers, encrypted communications. But the offer was clear. All for One wanted a weapon. A precision instrument of death that could eliminate targets that conventional villains couldn't reach. Pro-heroes with powerful defensive quirks. Government officials in fortified buildings. Rivals in the underworld who had gotten too ambitious. In exchange, Izuku would receive 3 things. 1. Money. A lot of money. More money than Izuku Midoriya would earn in 10 lifetimes at her convenience store job. 2. Protection. Legal coverage, safe houses, extraction teams, false identities. The full infrastructure of the most powerful villain network in Japan. 3. The adamantium. The doctor explained it during their second meeting in a sterile white laboratory hidden beneath a warehouse in Yokohama. Adamantium was not a natural substance. It was a synthetic metal alloy developed in a secret government research facility and subsequently stolen by All for One's network. Nearly indestructible, resistant to heat, impact, cutting, and virtually all known forms of physical force. The process of bonding it to a human skeleton was agonizing and had a survival rate of roughly 12%. 12%, Izuku repeated. Yes, the procedure is extremely painful and extremely dangerous. Most subjects die from neurogenic shock or cardiac arrest during the bonding process. Their bodies simply cannot handle the trauma. Izuku stared at the vial of liquid metal the doctor held up. Silvery, dense, catching the fluorescent light in cold, sharp reflections. But if I survive? If you survive, your bones become virtually unbreakable. You could take a punch from All Might and your skeleton would hold. You would be, in a very real sense, indestructible. Izuku smiled, that smile. Do it. The procedure took 14 hours. They strapped him to a surgical table in the underground lab, naked, with an IV in each arm and sensors monitoring every vital sign. The doctor assembled a team of surgeons and quirk-enhanced medical specialists. The liquid adamantium was heated to its bonding temperature, a process that required equipment so specialized that only 3 sets existed in the world. The metal was injected directly into his bone marrow through dozens of insertion points across his body. Skull, spine, ribs, pelvis, femurs, tibias, humeri. Every bone in his body saturated with liquid adamantium that bonded to the calcium matrix at a molecular level, coating and reinforcing every surface. Izuku screamed. He screamed for 14 hours straight. He screamed until his vocal cords shredded and his voice became a wet, tearing rasp. He screamed until his jaw locked and his teeth cracked and blood vessels burst in his eyes. The pain was beyond description, a white-hot fire burning inside every bone in his body simultaneously, as if his skeleton were being melted down and reforged while he was still alive, because that's exactly what was happening. His heart stopped twice. The medical team brought him back both times. His body temperature spiked to 107 degrees. His muscles seized so violently that the titanium restraints bent. His brain, overwhelmed by pain signals, tried to shut down, and each time the doctor injected stimulants directly into his brainstem to keep him conscious. The subject must remain awake, the doctor explained calmly to his team as Izuku thrashed and howled on the table. Unconsciousness during bonding results in incomplete fusion and death. So Izuku stayed awake. for 14 hours, burning alive from the inside out. And somewhere around hour 11, when the pain had transcended anything the human nervous system was designed to process us, when his body had gone through every biological response to agony and come out the other side into a strange crystalline clarity, Izuku started laughing. It was a terrible sound. Broken and raw, torn from a throat that was shredded and bleeding. But it was unmistakable. The boy strapped to the table, with liquid metal fusing to every bone in his body, was laughing. The surgical team exchanged glances. The doctor simply nodded and made a note on his clipboard. Subject displays apical pain response. Psychological profile consistent with severe antisocial personality disorder. Proceed. When it was over, when the last bone had been coated and the adamantium had cooled and hardened into an unbreakable shell around his entire skeleton, they unstrapped him and let him sit up. Izuku swung his legs off the table, flexed his hands, rolled his neck, listening to the new weight in his bones, the solidity, the permanence of what he'd become. He picked up a scalpel from the surgical tray and dragged it across his forearm. The blade skipped off the bone beneath his skin without leaving a scratch. He looked at the doctor and grinned with bloody teeth. "I want to test it." He punched the concrete wall of the laboratory. His fist went through it like it was drywall. The bones in his hand didn't even vibrate. "Beautiful," he whispered. He was 15 years old. His bones were made of the strongest metal on Earth, and he had just been hired by the most powerful villain in Japan. The world was going to burn. The name Bullseye entered the villain underground like a rumor at first. Whispered in back alleys and dark web forums, an assassin who never missed, a killer who could turn anything into a weapon. A ghost who left no evidence except a single devastating projectile and a dead body. By the time Izuku was 16, the rumors had become legend. He worked exclusively on contract. All for One was his primary employer, but the arrangement was non-exclusive. Izuku was free to take jobs from other clients as long as they didn't conflict with All for One's interests. And there were plenty of clients. The villain underworld was a marketplace, and a perfect assassin was the most valuable commodity in it. His rates were obscene. 100 million yen for a standard hit, 200 million for a pro hero, 500 million for a top 10. He'd never been hired for a number 1 kill, not yet. But his price for that was publicly known, 1 billion yen, non-negotiable, and he was worth every yen. His kill count rose steadily. 7 pro heroes in his first year of professional work, 12 the second year. By his third year, he'd killed 31 pro heroes, 14 police officials, 9 rival villains, and an uncounted number of civilian targets. Each kill was clean, creative, and absolutely untraceable. He killed a hero called Ironclad, a man with a metal skin quirk that made him bulletproof, with a toothpick through the ear canal. The toothpick bypassed the armored skin and punctured the brainstem. Ironclad dropped dead in the middle of a press conference. He killed a hero called Windwall, a woman who could generate force fields by bouncing a coin off 11 surfaces inside a parking garage, threading it through a 6-inch gap in her barrier. The coin entered her left eye at 300 meters per second. He killed a hero called Tremor, a seismic quirk user who could sense vibrations in the ground from a rooftop 800 meters away using a sniper-style throw with a steel dart. The dart arced over the Tokyo skyline and descended at terminal velocity into the top of Tremor's skull. The hero was standing in the middle of a crowded intersection. Nobody saw where the dart came from. Nobody heard it. One moment Tremor was alive, and the next he was face down in the crosswalk with a steel dart buried to the fletching in his brain. 800 meters. One throw, one kill. The media started calling him the Phantom Sniper. The police formed a dedicated task force. The Hero Commission issued a threat assessment that placed him at the highest possible danger level, a designation typically reserved for villains with city-destroying quirks. Izuku read the threat assessment on the dark web and pinned it to the wall of his safe house, like a movie poster. He circled his danger rating in red marker and drew a smiley face next to it. Flattering, he said. He'd moved out of his mother's apartment at 15, disappearing without explanation. Izuku Midoriya filed a missing persons report that went nowhere. She appeared on the news, tearful and desperate, begging for information about her missing son. Izuku watched the broadcast from a leather couch in a penthouse apartment that cost more per month than his mother earned in a year. He changed the channel. The thing that made Bullseye truly terrifying wasn't his accuracy. Accuracy was just the mechanism. What made him terrifying was his creativity. Other assassins used guns, knives, poison, conventional tools. Bullseye used the world itself. Every environment was an armory. Every room was a kill box. He walked into a space and his brain instantly cataloged every potential projectile, every ricochet surface, every angle of attack. A kitchen was a treasure trove. Knives, forks, plates, glasses, cans, bottles, salt shakers, toothpicks, skewers, jar lids. A construction site was a playground. Nails, bolts, rivets, chunks of rebar, shards of drywall, pieces of PVC pipe. Even a bare room with nothing in it wasn't safe, because Izuku could pull buttons off his own shirt, rip teeth from his own mouth, break his own fingernails off, and throw them with enough force and precision to kill. Everything was a weapon. Everything, and he reveled in it. Each kill was a performance. Each job was an opportunity to push his abilities further, to find new and creative ways to end a life. He kept meticulous records, not just of kills, but of methods. He categorized them by projectile type, distance, number of ricochets, difficulty rating. He gave each kill a score out of 10. The toothpick through Ironclad's ear, 7 out of 10. Clean, but predictable. The 11 ricochet coin through Windwall's eye, 9 out of 10. Technically demanding, satisfying trajectory. The 800-meter dart to Tremor's skull, 8 out of 10. Distance impressive, but wind conditions were favorable, too easy. He was chasing perfection, the perfect kill, the one that would make even him step back and say, now that's art. He hadn't found it yet. But he would. His reputation in the villain underworld was complicated. The established villains respected his abilities, but distrusted his personality. He was unstable, everyone knew that. He could flip from casual banter to murderous rage in a heartbeat. He'd killed two handlers who annoyed him and 3 fellow villains who looked at him wrong. He worked alone, refused to take orders, and treated every interaction like a game, where he was the only player who mattered. But nobody said any of this to his face, because the last person who criticized Bullseye to his face was found dead in his apartment with a fork through his brain and a note pinned to his chest that read, "Fork you." The League of Villains treated him like a loaded weapon, useful, dangerous, and best pointed at someone else. Shigaraki Tomura, the League's leader, despised him. Bullseye was everything Shigaraki wasn't. Confident, skilled, independent. Where Shigaraki destroyed with his quirk and fits of rage, Bullseye killed with surgical precision and a smile. Where Shigaraki needed a team, needed plans, needed Sensei's guidance, Bullseye needed nothing but a room full of objects and a target. But Shigaraki was smart enough to know that Bullseye was useful, and when the plan for the USJ attack came together, Shigaraki swallowed his pride and made the call. The meeting happened in a bar. The kind of bar that didn't have a name on the door, a basement dive in Kamino Ward with water-stained ceilings and the lingering smell of cigarette smoke and old blood. Kurogiri stood behind the bar, polishing glasses with the calm detachment of a man who had witnessed hundreds of criminal negotiations and found each one equally tiresome. Shigaraki sat at the bar with his hands flat on the counter, all 5 fingers, which meant he was restraining himself. His father's hand clung to his face like a grotesque mask. His red eyes peered through the gaps between the fingers. Bullseye arrived 12 minutes late. He walked in like he owned the place, hands in the pockets of his green jacket, a toothpick between his teeth, the bullseye scar on his forehead pink and prominent under the bar's dim lights. He was 17 now, tall and lean, with wild green hair and eyes that were the color of forest moss and just as cold. He moved with the casual, predatory grace of a big cat, loose-limbed but coiled, relaxed but ready to explode into violence at any moment. He sat down at the bar 2 stools away from Shigaraki, leaned back, and grinned. "You called." Shigaraki's fingers twitched on the countertop. "I have a job." "Obviously. You wouldn't invite me to this dump for the ambiance." Izuku glanced around the bar. "Seriously, this place is depressing. Would it kill you to put up some artwork? Maybe a nice print? A motivational poster? Hang in there, baby. Shut up. Touchy." Kurogiri set a drink in front of Izuku without being asked. Whiskey, neat. Izuku picked it up, sniffed it, and set it back down. "Cheap stuff. Figures." He leaned forward. All right, Krusty, what's the job? Shigaraki's eye twitched at the nickname. We're attacking UA High School. Izuku raised an eyebrow. The toothpick rolled between his lips. UA bold. Stupid, but bold. What's the target? All Might. The toothpick stopped rolling. Izuku's green eyes sharpened. For just a moment, the casual mask slipped, and something else looked out from behind those eyes. Something hungry. All Might, he repeated. The big one. We have intelligence that he's teaching a class at the Unforeseen Simulation Joint this Thursday. He'll be there with his students. We're going to kill him. Izuku was quiet for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. It wasn't a pleasant sound. It was high and sharp and wrong, like metal scraping against glass. Shigaraki's fingers curled against the bar top. What's funny? You're gonna kill All Might. You, with your video game villain aesthetic and your hands fetish. You're gonna kill the symbol of peace. Izuku wiped his eyes. That's adorable. We have a Nomu, engineered specifically to match All Might's power. Cute, still won't work. That's not your concern. Shigaraki's voice was low and dangerous. I'm not hiring you to fight All Might, I'm hiring you to kill his students. The bar went quiet. Even Kurogiri paused in his glass polishing. Izuku's smile didn't waver, but it changed shape. It became sharper, colder, more real. The students, he said. Class 1A, 20 kids, future heroes. Shigaraki's voice dripped with contempt. I want them dead, all of them, while All Might watches. I want him to see his precious students die right in front of him and know that he couldn't save them. That's dark, Izuku said approvingly. I like it. He pulled the toothpick from his mouth and flicked it casually. It embedded itself in the bar top an inch from Shigaraki's pinky finger, quivering. But you know my rates. 200 million per hero student, 20 students, 4 billion yen. Izuku sucked his teeth. 20 targets in a confined space with pro-hero supervision? That's a premium job. I'm also going to be facing whatever teachers they have on site. Eraserhead, at minimum. That man's dangerous. Cancels quirks with a look. Your quirk is partly physical. He can't erase muscle memory and spatial calculation. Not fully. Izuku blinked, then smiled with genuine surprise. You did your homework. I'm impressed. First time for everything. He leaned back. 5 billion, plus expenses. 3.5. 4. Done. They didn't shake hands. Shigaraki didn't shake anyone's hand for obvious reasons, and Bullseye didn't shake hands because he found the gesture disgustingly human. Thursday, Izuku said, standing. I'll be there. He walked toward the door, then stopped and turned back. Oh, and Shigaraki? If your Nomu goes rogue and gets in my way, I'll kill it too. No extra charge. He left. The toothpick stayed embedded in the bar top, still quivering. Shigaraki stared at it for a long time. I hate him, he said quietly. Yes, Kurogiri agreed, but he is effective. Thursday came. The Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ for short, was a massive domed facility on the UA campus designed to simulate disaster scenarios. Inside, it contained multiple environmental zones, a flood zone, a fire zone, a landslide zone, a mountain zone, a ruin zone, and a central plaza. The dome itself was enormous, easily the size of a professional baseball stadium, with catwalks and observation platforms running along the upper walls. Class 1A arrived at 9:23 a.m., led by their homeroom teacher Shota Aizawa, hero name Eraserhead, and the rescue specialist 13. 20 students in their hero costumes, chattering with excitement, completely unaware that they were walking into a kill box. Izuku was already inside. He'd entered the facility at 6 a.m. through a maintenance hatch on the south side of the dome, using access codes provided by one of All for One's moles in UA's support staff. He'd spent 3 hours mapping the interior, every catwalk, every pillar, every surface, every angle. By the time the students arrived, he knew the USJ better than the people who built it. He was perched on a steel crossbeam 60 feet above the central plaza, lying on his back with his hands behind his head, chewing a fresh piece of bubblegum. His green jacket blended passably with the dim upper reaches of the dome. A messenger bag sat beside him, filled with his toolkit. 2 decks of playing cards, a jar of marbles, a bag of ball bearings, a handful of paper clips, 3 packs of thumbtacks, a roll of coins, and 6 steak knives he'd lifted from a restaurant on the way over. He didn't carry guns. Never had. Guns were inelegant. Anyone could pull a trigger. Where was the art in that? Below him, the black mist of Kurogiri's warp gate bloomed in the center of the plaza. Villains poured through, dozens of them, the League's disposable foot soldiers. Shigaraki stepped through last, scratching his neck. The Nomu lumbered behind him, massive and brain dead, its exposed brain pulsing in the fluorescent light. Up on the entrance platform, the students froze. Aizawa's capture scarf uncoiled like a living thing. 13 raised a hand. "Stay back," Aizawa shouted. 13, protect the students. It was happening. The attack was beginning. The pawns were in position. Izuku sat up on the crossbeam, legs dangling over the edge, and cracked his knuckles. Showtime. Aizawa moved first. He leaped from the entrance platform and dove straight into the mass of villains, his capture scarf whipping out to snare and disable attackers with mechanical efficiency. He was good, incredibly good. His quirk canceled the villains' abilities on sight, and his close combat skills were elite. He dismantled the first wave of thugs in seconds, flowing through them like water through a filter. Kurogiri warped to the entrance platform to separate the students. His mist expanded, swallowing several of them, teleporting them to different zones across the USJ. In moments, Class 1A was scattered, isolated in small groups across the flood zone, the fire zone, the ruins. Izuku watched it all from above, legs swinging. He blew a bubble with his gum, popped it. "Sloppy," he murmured. "Real sloppy." He wasn't going to rush. That was amateur behavior. A true marksman waited for the perfect moment. Let the chaos build. Let the targets separate and lose their coordination. Let the fear set in. He reached into his messenger bag and pulled out a paperclip, straightened it with his fingers, bent it into a needle shape, held it up to the light. Below, in the central plaza, Aizawa was cutting through villains like a machine. 5 down, 8, 12. His scarf was a blur of motion, binding and slamming and choking. Sweat ran down his face. His eyes were open and burning. Erasure, active, shutting down every quirk that came at him, but he was getting tired. Izuku could see it, the slight hesitation in his movements, the way his blinks were getting longer. Erasure had a time limit. Dry eyes, fatigue, diminishing returns. The man was running on willpower, and willpower had a shelf life. "Not yet," Izuku whispered. "Not yet." He turned his attention to the scattered students. In the flood zone, he could see 3 of them. A blonde boy with a tail, a girl with pink skin and horns. And there, Tsuyu Asui, the frog girl. She was swimming through the artificial lake, dodging villain attacks, her tongue lashing out to deflect debris. She was smart, resourceful. A survivor type, Izuku plucked a marble from his bag. Green glass, about the size of his thumbnail. The distance was roughly 150 meters across the dome. The marble would need to travel in a high parabolic arc to avoid the environmental zone barriers. There was a slight crosswind from the ventilation system, 2.3 kilometers per hour from the northwest. The marble weighed 8 grams. He'd need to account for the Coriolis effect at this distance. Negligible but non-zero, his brain did the math in less than a second. He threw. The marble sailed through the upper reaches of the dome in a perfect arc, invisible against the dark ceiling. It descended like a tiny green meteor, picking up speed. Down in the flood zone, Tsuyu was helping her classmates onto a boat. She had just pulled Mineta out of the water when something hit her in the shoulder with the force of a hammer blow. She yelped and staggered, nearly falling off the boat. Blood bloomed through her costume. The marble had punched through her deltoid muscle and lodged in the tissue. "Asui!" the blonde kid shouted. "What happened?" Tsuyu grabbed her shoulder, eyes wide with pain and confusion. She looked up, scanning the dome above them, but saw nothing but shadows and steel. Izuku grinned. He pulled out another marble. The second one hit the blonde kid, Ojiro, in the thigh. He went down hard, clutching his leg. The third one pinged off the metal railing of the boat, ricocheted off the water's surface at a calculated angle, and nailed Mineta in the back of the head as he was trying to climb to safety. The purple-haired boy slammed face first into the deck and didn't get up. 3 targets hit in 5 seconds from 150 meters, from a position they couldn't even see. 3 for 3, Izuku murmured. Boring. He shifted his attention to the ruins zone. In the ruins zone, Bakugo and Kirishima were fighting back-to-back against a pack of villain thugs. Bakugo was in his element, explosions ripping through the air, cratering concrete, sending villains flying. Kirishima was hardened up, his skin like red stone, tanking hits and punching through the chaos. Izuku watched them for a moment. Bakugo. his old classmate, the kid who'd been too scared to talk to him after the carotid artery comment. Now look at him, all grown up, playing hero, blasting bad guys with righteous fury. Pathetic. Izuku pulled out a playing card. King of Diamonds. He held it between his index and middle fingers, angling it toward the ruin zone, 200 meters away. Between him and Bakugo, there were 3 steel support pillars, 2 concrete walls, and a metal ventilation duct. Direct shot? Easy. But where was the fun in that? He threw the card at the nearest steel pillar. The card hit the pillar at a 37-degree angle, ricocheted to the right, sliced across the empty air of the central plaza, struck the second pillar at a 12-degree angle, deflected downward, skimmed off the top of a concrete wall, caught the edge of the ventilation duct, and screamed into the ruin zone at over 200 kilometers per hour. The card sliced across Bakugo's cheek. It wasn't a deep cut, just a thin red line from his ear to his chin. But it was enough. Bakugo recoiled, slapping his hand to his face, and stared at the blood on his palm with an expression of pure shock. "What the hell?" he snarled. A playing card embedded itself in the concrete wall behind him, still vibrating. The King of Diamonds, stained with a thin line of red. Bakugo stared at it. Then he looked up, 60 feet above, perched on a crossbeam like a gargoyle. Izuku Midoriya waved. "Hey, Bakugo," he called down. His voice echoed through the dome. "Long time no see." Bakugo's eyes went wide. Not with fear, not yet, with confusion, recognition, disbelief. "Midoriya? The one and only." Izuku stood up on the crossbeam, arms spread wide. The bullseye scar on his forehead was visible even from this distance. "Miss me? What the hell are you doing here? What?" Bakugo's eyes went to the playing card in the wall, then back to Izuku. "That was you?" "King of Diamonds. 5 ricochets. Not my best work, but I'm warming up." Izuku reached into his bag and pulled out a handful of cards. He fanned them between his fingers. "Want to see a magic trick?" He threw them, not 1 card, 12. All at once, spread in a fan pattern that arced across the dome like a flock of razor-edged birds. Each card followed a different trajectory. Each one bounced off a different surface. The ruins zone became a blender of spinning, slicing cardstock. Bakugo threw himself sideways, explosions firing from his palms to deflect 2 cards that came at his face. A third sliced his forearm. A fourth would have hit his neck if Kirishima hadn't jumped in front of it, the card shattering against his hardened skin. A 5th card carved a line across the back of a villain's neck. The man dropped, gurgling. He wasn't the target, but Izuku didn't particularly care about collateral damage. When the barrage ended, the ruins zone looked like a war zone within a war zone. Playing cards were embedded in every surface, walls, floors, rubble. 3 villains were down with card-inflicted wounds. Bakugo was bleeding from 4 cuts, his face twisted with rage. "Midoriya!" he roared. "What the hell are you?" Izuku sat back down on the crossbeam and crossed his legs. "I'm the guy who never misses," he said. "But you can call me Bullseye." The attack on the USJ was 10 minutes old, and it was already a massacre. Izuku worked the dome from above like a conductor leading an orchestra. He lobbed projectiles into every zone, tapping and targeting students and villains alike. He didn't care which. A marble here, a coin there, a paperclip straightened into a needle that whistled through the air and pinned Minetta's cape to a wall in the flood zone, leaving the boy dangling and screaming. A ball bearing that ricocheted off 4 surfaces to hit Kaminari in the back of the knee, dropping the electric boy mid-attack. A thumbtack that embedded itself in Jiro's hand when she tried to plug in her earphone jacks, making her scream. Each shot was precise. Each shot was from an angle the students couldn't predict or defend against. They were being sniped from 60 feet up by a phantom they could barely see, and the terror was exquisite. "What's happening?" Yaoyorozu shouted from the mountain zone, where she'd been teleported with Todoroki and 2 others. A marble had just shattered the rock beside her head. "Where are the shots coming from?" Todoroki looked up, his heterochromatic eyes scanning the dome. Ice formed at his feet, spreading outward. "Above," he said quietly. "Someone's on the catwalks." "Well, get them!" Todoroki raised his right hand and sent a massive glacier surging upward toward the ceiling. The ice pillar grew with terrifying speed, 100 feet of frozen spears reaching for the crossbeam where Izuku sat. Izuku didn't move until the last second. Then he simply leaned backward off the beam, fell 10 feet, caught a lower girder with one hand, swung himself onto a catwalk, and kept moving. The ice slammed into the crossbeam and shattered against the dome's ceiling, sending a shower of frozen debris raining down across the plaza. "Nice try, half and half," Izuku called out. "But you'll have to aim a lot better than..." He threw a steak knife without looking. It flew across the dome, bounced off a steel column, and buried itself in the ice wall Todoroki had been forming as a shield. The knife punched through 2 inches of ice and stopped a centimeter from Todoroki's left eye. Todoroki didn't flinch, but he went very, very still. "That," Izuku finished. Down in the central plaza, Aizawa was losing. He'd taken down dozens of villains, but more kept coming, and his body was reaching its limit. His eyes were bloodshot and dry. His movements were slowing. When the Nomu hit him for the first time, a backhand that sent him skidding across the concrete, he felt his ulna crack, despite the capture scarf absorbing some of the impact. But Aizawa was a professional. He got up. He always got up. He was getting up when he heard the whistle, a thin, high-pitched sound, like a mosquito next to his ear. Instinct made him jerk his head sideways. Something cracked against the left lens of his goggles, spiderwebbing the glass. He ripped the goggles off and looked up. A figure dropped from the catwalk above, landing in a crouch 30 feet away. Green hair, green eyes, a scar on his forehead in the shape of a target. "Eraserhead," Izuku said, rolling a toothpick between his fingers. "Big fan. Love the underground hero aesthetic. Very brooding, very sexy." Aizawa's capture scarf uncoiled. His eyes burned red. Erasure activated. Izuku felt it. A slight fuzziness at the edges of his perception, like static on a television. His quirk's automatic calculations dimmed. The numbers in his head became less precise, less immediate. But they didn't disappear entirely. His quirk was cognitive, rooted in his brain's neural pathways as much as in any supernatural ability. Erasure could suppress the supernatural component, but the years of training, the muscle memory, the spatial awareness, those were natural. Those couldn't be erased. His accuracy dropped from 100% to roughly 95%. For anyone else, that would be devastating. For Bullseye, 95% was still better than any other marksman on the planet. "Your quirk," Aizawa said, his voice flat. "It's partly physical. Erasure isn't fully effective." "Gold star for the teacher," Izuku said. He spat the toothpick. Even at 95% accuracy, the toothpick crossed the distance between them in a blur and cracked against Aizawa's remaining goggle lens, shattering it. Aizawa turned his head just in time to avoid taking it in the eye. "Close," Izuku said. "Let's fix that." He charged. Izuku didn't fight like a martial artist. He fought like a predator. No forms, no stances, no telegraph techniques. Just explosive, adaptive violence. He closed the distance to Aizawa in a heartbeat, ducking under the capture scarf's first lash and driving his adamantium-reinforced fist into the hero's ribs. Aizawa felt something crack. He bent double, and Izuku's knee came up into his face. The hero's nose broke with a wet crunch, blood spraying across Izuku's jacket. Aizawa staggered back, but his scarf lashed out blindly, a desperate counterattack that caught Izuku across the chest and pulled tight. For a moment, they were bound together, the scarf wrapped around Izuku's torso, Aizawa pulling him in close. Their faces were inches apart. Aizawa activated Erasure at point-blank range, his bloodshot eyes boring into Izuku's. Izuku smiled. "That all you got?" He headbutted Aizawa. The adamantium-laced skull connected with Aizawa's forehead with a sound like a car crash. Aizawa's vision went white. His grip on the scarf slackened. He stumbled back, blood pouring from a gash above his eyebrow, and Izuku was on him. The fight was brutal. Aizawa was skilled, one of the best close combat fighters in the hero world, but Izuku's adamantium skeleton changed the calculus of every exchange. When Aizawa blocked a punch, the impact traveled through his forearms and cracked bone. When he landed a kick to Izuku's ribs, his foot bounced off the reinforced skeleton like he'd kicked a lamppost. Every exchange hurt Aizawa more than it hurt Izuku. And Izuku was laughing. He grabbed Aizawa's right hand and bent the index finger backward until it snapped. Aizawa grunted, a tight, controlled sound, refusing to scream. Izuku broke the middle finger, then the ring finger, then the pinky. "One little, two little, three little piggies," Izuku sang, snapping each finger with deliberate, methodical cruelty. 4 little piggies went to market. "You're insane," Aizawa hissed through clenched teeth. "That's what my therapist said, before I killed her." Izuku grabbed the thumb. This little piggy stayed home. Snap. Aizawa's right hand was useless. 5 broken fingers. He couldn't grip the capture scarf, couldn't form a fist, couldn't do anything but cradle the ruined hand against his chest and keep fighting with his left, which he did. Because Shota Aizawa was not the kind of man who stopped fighting, he kicked Izuku in the chest, creating distance. Then he lashed out with the scarf using his left hand, a wide, sweeping attack that forced Izuku to dodge sideways. In the moment of separation, Aizawa pulled a smoke pellet from his belt and smashed it on the ground, the plaza filled with gray smoke. A normal fighter would have been blinded. Izuku grinned. He could still hear, he could still feel the air currents. And his spatial memory was photographic. He knew exactly where Aizawa had been standing, could calculate exactly how far the hero could move in the 2 seconds since the smoke deployed. He pulled a knife from his belt and threw it. Inside the smoke, there was a clang of metal on metal. Aizawa had deflected it with his scarf's weighted end. Smart, Izuku threw a second knife, a third, a fourth, each one from a different angle, each one targeting a different body part. He threw them blind, relying on spatial calculation and audio cues. The scrape of Aizawa's boots on concrete, the whisper of his scarf through the air. One of the knives found its mark. Aizawa screamed. A real scream this time, not the controlled grunt of before. The knife had gone through his left shoulder, pinning his arm to his side. The smoke cleared. Aizawa was on his knees, a steak knife buried to the handle in his shoulder, blood soaking his capture scarf. His left arm hung limp. His right hand was a swollen mass of broken fingers. Both eyes were bloodshot and streaming tears from overuse of erasure. Izuku walked toward him slowly, hands in his pockets, gum snapping between his teeth. "You know what I respect about you, Eraserhead?" he said conversationally. "You don't quit. Most heroes go down after the first few broken bones, but you just keep going, like a cockroach." He crouched in front of the kneeling hero. "I'll tell you a secret," Izuku whispered. "The kids were never the real fun. You were. The underground hero who cancels quirks, the logical ruse, the man behind the scarf." He patted Aizawa's cheek gently, leaving a bloody handprint. "You're good, really good. Best fight I've had in months." He stood up, but not good enough. He kicked Aizawa in the face. The hero crumpled sideways and didn't get up. Izuku stood over the fallen hero, breathing easily, not a single bone broken despite the brutal exchange. He reached into his bag and pulled out a playing card. The Joker. He placed it on Aizawa's chest. "Thanks for the dance," he said. From the entrance platform, the students who hadn't been teleported watched in horror. Ida, Uraraka, Sero, Sato. They'd seen their teacher, the man who'd trained them, who'd pushed them, who'd believed in them, get systematically destroyed by a teenager with a target carved into his head. "Mr. Aizawa!" Uraraka screamed, tears streaming down her face. Ida's engines fired. "We have to help him. We have to." "No." Sero grabbed Ida's arm. "We can't. You saw what he did. He's something else." Down in the plaza, Izuku looked up at them. 20 students, minus the ones already wounded or scattered. His targets. His payday. He grinned and pulled out a fresh deck of cards. "All right, kids," he shouted, his voice echoing through the dome. "Pop quiz. The subject is survival, and I'm grading on a curve." He threw a card. It crossed the distance to the entrance platform in a blur, spinning like a circular saw. Sero barely dodged it. The card sliced through 3 of his tape dispensers and embedded itself in the railing behind him. "Question 1, Izuku called out. "How fast can you run?" Ida grabbed Uraraka and Sero and ran. His engines roared, propelling them toward the exit at incredible speed. Izuku watched them go. He could have hit them, easily. Ida was fast, but not faster than a thrown projectile. 1 card to the back of the knee would bring the engine hero down. 1 marble to the temple would end it permanently. But he let them go, not out of mercy. Bullseye didn't do mercy. He let them go because someone needed to tell the story. Someone needed to run out of the USJ and tell the other heroes what had happened here. Someone needed to spread the name. Bullseye, the assassin who never misses. That was worth more than 3 dead students. The rest of the USJ attack went exactly as Shigaraki planned, up to a point. The Nomu engaged All Might when the symbol of peace finally arrived, crashing through the USJ doors like a golden missile. Their fight was cataclysmic, shockwaves tearing through the facility, cratering the floor, shattering the environmental zones. The Nomu tanked, everything All Might threw at it, and hit back just as hard. Izuku watched from the catwalks, eating an apple he'd brought in his bag. He bit into it with a wet crunch and chewed thoughtfully as the two titans clashed below. All Might was weakening. Izuku could see it. The hero's movements were getting slower, his punches less devastating. He was running out of time, literally. His muscle form was flickering, steam rising from his body as the power that sustained his hero form began to fade. But then the reinforcements arrived. More heroes. Endeavor among them, along with several others from UA's staff. They hit the remaining villains like a wall of fire and light. Shigaraki cursed and called for retreat. Kurogiri opened a warp gate. "Bullseye!" Shigaraki shouted. "We're leaving!" Izuku took another bite of his apple, thought about it. Then he stood up on the catwalk and looked down at the chaos below. All Might was standing in the center of the plaza, battered and bleeding, but still upright. Steam curled from his massive frame. His blue eyes scanned the dome and found Izuku on the catwalk above. Their eyes met. Izuku held up the apple core and threw it. The apple core whistled through the air, bounced off a steel pillar, deflected off the floor, ricocheted off the edge of the ruined fountain, and struck All Might on the tip of the nose, a harmless hit, a playful hit, an insult. All Might's jaw tightened, his fists clenched. Izuku blew him a kiss, then stepped backward off the catwalk and disappeared into Kurogiri's warp gate. The last thing the heroes heard before the gate closed was laughter. The aftermath of the USJ attack was a shockwave that rippled across all of Japan. The news coverage was relentless. Every channel, every website, every social media platform. UA High School attacked. Students injured. Eraserhead in critical condition. New villain emerges. Bullseye. The name was everywhere. Security footage from the USJ, grainy and shaky but clear enough, showed a green-haired teenager on the catwalks throwing objects that moved too fast for the cameras to track. The footage of him dismantling Eraserhead went viral. Frame by frame, analysts broke down the fight, pointing out every broken finger, every dodge, every impossible ricochet. "This is unlike anything we've seen," said a hero analyst on national television, his face pale. "His accuracy is superhuman, beyond superhuman. He doesn't miss. Ever. And he doesn't need weapons. He turned common office supplies into lethal projectiles, paper clips, playing cards. This man could kill you with a piece of pocket lint." The Hero Commission held an emergency session. Bullseye was added to the top of their threat list, not just as an individual villain, but as a potential existential threat to hero society. A perfect assassin who could kill anyone, anywhere, with anything, from angles that were physically impossible to defend against. How do you protect against a threat like this? One commissioner asked. Nobody had an answer. In hospitals across the city, the students of Class 1A recovered from their injuries. Tsuyuasui needed surgery to remove the marble from her shoulder. Ojiro required stitches and physical therapy. Mineta had a concussion. Kaminari's knee was badly bruised. Jiro's hand needed reconstructive surgery where the thumbtack had damaged tendons. A dozen others had cuts, bruises, and the psychological scars that came with nearly being murdered by a laughing psychopath. Aizawa was the worst. 5 broken fingers, a stab wound to the shoulder, a shattered orbital bone from the final kick, a severe concussion, internal bleeding. He was in the ICU for 2 weeks. When he finally woke up, the first thing he said was, "The students. Are the students alive?" They were. All of them. Battered, traumatized, but alive. Aizawa closed his eyes. "Then I did my job." He hadn't. Bullseye had simply chosen not to kill them. But Aizawa didn't need to know that. Not yet. Recovery Girl treated Aizawa's injuries over the following weeks, but some damage couldn't be undone. His right hand would never be the same. The fingers had been broken methodically, the joints destroyed with surgical precision. He could still use the capture scarf, still fight, but his grip strength was permanently reduced. A playing card, the Joker, was found on his chest when the rescue team reached him. The police bagged it as evidence. There were no fingerprints on it. There never were. In the weeks after the USJ attack, Bullseye became the most talked about villain in Japan. Not the most feared. That was still All for One, lurking in the shadows. Not the most hated. That was arguably Shigaraki, whose League of Villains had orchestrated the attack. But the most talked about. The most dissected. The most debated. Online forums exploded with discussions. Who was Bullseye? Where did he come from? How did a teenager develop skills like that? Was he really a teenager, or was he older than he looked? What was his real name? What was his quirk, exactly? Could he really never miss? Conspiracy theories sprouted like weeds. Bullseye was a government experiment. Bullseye was All Might's illegitimate son. Bullseye was a robot. Bullseye was an alien. None of them were even close to the truth, which was far simpler and far more horrifying. Bullseye was a boy from Musutafu who had been born wrong, who had discovered his gift at age 4 with a dead bird and a smile, and who had never once in his entire life felt a single moment of remorse. The villain underground had a different reaction: respect, awe, fear. Did you see the USJ footage? Villains asked each other in their bars and safe houses. He took down Eraserhead with office supplies. He tagged All Might with an apple core. An apple core. I heard he has metal bones, like actual metal. I heard he killed a guy with a peanut once. I heard the rumors grew wilder with each telling, but the core truth remained consistent. Bullseye was real. He was dangerous, and he was for hire. Business boomed. Izuku spent the weeks after the USJ in his penthouse apartment, counting money and watching the news coverage of his own attack. He had 17 screens mounted on one wall, a habit he'd developed for tracking news, security feeds, and target movements. Right now, all 17 showed different channels covering the USJ fallout. He sat on his leather couch in sweatpants and a tank top, a bowl of cereal in his lap, and watched himself on television. "Not bad," he said, crunching his cereal, "but the lighting was terrible. Need to work on my branding." He'd been paid in full, 4 billion yen, deposited in an untraceable cryptocurrency account. He hadn't killed any students, technically a breach of contract, but Shigaraki hadn't complained. The attack had achieved its primary goal, humiliating UA and proving that the symbol of peace couldn't protect everyone. Besides, nobody argued about money with the guy who could kill you with a thrown penny. Izuku's phone buzzed. A message from an encrypted channel. "Unknown, nice work at USJ. I have a job for you. Private, high-value target." Izuku typed back with one hand, eating cereal with the other. "Bullseye, I'm expensive. Money is not an issue. The target is worth it." "Bullseye, who's the target?" "Unknown, the hero killer." Stain, Izuku paused. Set down his cereal. Stain, the hero killer, Chizome Akaguro, a vigilante serial killer who targeted pro-heroes he deemed unworthy. Heroes who fought for fame or money rather than genuine altruism. He'd killed 17 heroes and crippled 24 more. He was fast, brutal, and fanatical. A true believer with a blood-based quirk that immobilized anyone whose blood he ingested. He was also the most talked-about villain in Japan before Bullseye had stolen that crown at the USJ. Interesting. Why do you want him dead? He's targeting a friend of mine. I want him stopped. My rate for a high-profile villain is 300 million. Agreed. Send me his last known location. I'll handle it. He put down his phone and stared at the ceiling. Stain. Now that was an interesting target. Not because he was dangerous, though he was, but because he was a true believer. A man of conviction. A man who killed for an ideal. Izuku found people like that fascinating and hilarious. They walked through the world thinking their murders were righteous, thinking their cause justified the blood on their hands, as if having a reason made the killing noble. Izuku didn't have a reason. He killed because he was good at it and because it felt good. No philosophy, no manifesto, no grand cause, just the pure, clean joy of a perfect throw and a dead target. That was honest. That was real. Everything else was just marketing. But first, there was something he wanted to do. Something fun. Something that had nothing to do with contracts or money or the villain underworld. The UA Sports Festival was coming up. Every year, UA High School hosted its sports festival, a massive televised event where hero students competed in front of millions of viewers. It was the biggest event in the hero world, a spectacle that drew more viewers than the Olympics. Pro heroes attended as guests, scouts from hero agencies watched from VIP boxes. The entire country tuned in, and it was open to the public. Izuku had no contract for this, no client, no target. He just wanted to see what would happen if he walked into the biggest hero event of the year and made a scene. Call it a performance review. The UA Sports Festival was held in a massive outdoor stadium on campus. Security was tight, metal detectors, bag checks, hero patrols. After the USJ attack, UA had quadrupled its security presence. Pro-heroes were stationed at every entrance. Drones patrolled the airspace. Underground sensors monitored the perimeter for villain activity. Izuku walked right through the front gate. He'd disguised himself as a food vendor. A simple disguise, a cap pulled low over his forehead to cover the bullseye scar, a vendor's apron, a tray of snacks slung around his neck. He'd obtained legitimate vendor credentials through one of All for One's contacts. The security guards checked his badge, scanned his tray, and waved him through. He spent the first 2 hours of the festival selling overpriced popcorn and cotton candy, watching the events from the vendor corridor. The obstacle race, the cavalry battle. He sold a bag of popcorn to Endeavor's assistant and had to physically restrain himself from laughing. By the time the one-on-one tournament bracket started, he'd positioned himself in the lower stands near the arena, his vendor tray empty, a soda in his hand. The fights were entertaining in a juvenile sort of way. Teenagers throwing their quirks at each other in a controlled environment, pulling their punches because the teachers were watching and the cameras were rolling. Nobody was trying to kill anyone. Nobody was even trying to seriously hurt anyone. Boring. Then the match he'd been waiting for, Uraraka versus Bakugo. Uraraka, the gravity girl. She'd been at the USJ. She'd seen what Izuku did to Aizawa. She'd run. Now here she was, stepping into the arena with determination in her brown eyes, facing down the boy who could make explosions with his sweat. Bakugo stood across from her, palms sparking. The same arrogant scowl Izuku remembered from middle school, the same volcanic temper, the same blind, stupid confidence. The match started. Uraraka charged. Bakugo fired. Izuku drank his soda and watched. Yawned. Checked his phone. Then, halfway through the match, when Bakugo was mid-explosion, turned slightly to his right, his left side exposed. Izuku threw his soda can. He threw it from the stands. A casual underhand toss that sent the aluminum can arcing over the safety barrier and into the arena. The can followed a trajectory that no normal throw could produce, a curving, dipping, accelerating path that defied physics. It sailed past Uraraka, past the referee, past the cameras, and cracked Bakugo on the back of the head. The explosion Bakugo had been charging fizzled. He stumbled forward, one hand going to his head, and spun around. Ooh, the hell. The stadium went quiet. 50,000 people, plus millions watching on television, all staring at the arena where Katsuki Bakugo was holding the back of his head and looking around wildly. Up in the stands, Izuku raised his hand. Me. He said it loud enough for the people around him to hear, but not loud enough for the arena. It didn't matter. Bakugo's eyes found him like a heat-seeking missile. Across 70 meters of open air, those two sets of eyes locked, red and green, explosion and precision, and Bakugo's face went through a sequence of expressions that was almost cinematic. Confusion, recognition, rage, fear, more rage. Midoriya! The name echoed across the stadium. 50,000 heads swiveled to look at the stands. Cameras pivoted. The commentators, Present Mike and Aizawa, the latter still bandaged from the USJ, went silent. Aizawa's blood went cold. Izuku stood up, pulled off his vendor cap. The bullseye scar on his forehead caught the stadium lights, pink and puckered and unmistakable. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, spreading his arms wide. "Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say hi." Then he vaulted over the railing and dropped 15 feet into the arena. He landed in a crouch, one hand on the concrete, the other reaching into his apron. When he straightened up, he was holding a deck of playing cards. He fanned them between his fingers, the laminated edges catching the light. "Let's play a game," he said. "I call it 52 pickup." Chaos. The security response was immediate and completely inadequate. 3 pro heroes stationed in the arena perimeter rushed toward Izuku simultaneously. The first was a bulky man with a strength enhancement quirk. The second was a woman with an elastic body. The third was a hero whose quirk generated localized gravity fields. Izuku evaluated them in a fraction of a second. Threat levels low, low, medium. He threw 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. Snap, snap, snap. The first card hit the strength hero in the throat. Not deep enough to kill, Izuku wasn't aiming to kill. He was aiming to incapacitate. The card sliced through the skin and nicked the trachea. The hero went down, choking, hands clutching his throat. The second card went wide, deliberately. It missed the elastic woman by 3 feet, flew past her and hit the metal railing behind her. The card ricocheted off the railing at a calculated angle and came back, catching the woman across the back of her neck. She pitched forward onto her face. The third card Izuku threw straight up into the air. The gravity hero looked up, confused, and in that moment of distraction, Izuku closed the distance and drove his adamantium-reinforced elbow into the man's solar plexus. The hero folded like a paper bag. As he fell, the playing card descended from its apex and landed gently on his back, face up. The Queen of Hearts, 3 heroes down in 4 seconds. The stadium erupted, screaming, panicking, 50,000 people surging toward the exits. Present Mike's voice blared over the speakers. "Everyone stay calm. Heroes are responding. Please exit in an orderly." A playing card embedded itself in the speaker system. The sound cut out with a burst of static. In the arena, Bakugo and Uraraka stared at Izuku. Bakugo's palms were smoking. Uraraka's face was white. "Hey, Bakugo," Izuku said casually, shuffling the remaining cards in his hand. "Remember middle school? Remember when I told you about your carotid artery?" "You're dead, Midoriya," Bakugo snarled. "You're dead." "Threats. Cute. Here, catch." He flung a handful of cards in a wide fan pattern. Not at Bakugo, at the arena itself. The cards sliced into the concrete floor, the walls, the barriers. They ricocheted off metal surfaces and scattered across the arena like deadly confetti. Each card followed a unique trajectory, bouncing and spinning and slicing through the air in a storm of laminated death. One card sliced across Uraraka's cheek. She cried out, stumbling backward. Another embedded itself in the concrete an inch from Bakugo's foot. A third curved impossibly around a concrete pillar and cut the camera cable, sending a $200,000 broadcast camera crashing to the ground. 52 pickup, Izuku laughed. Your turn to pick them up? Bakugo attacked. Explosions roared from his palms as he launched himself at Izuku with everything he had. A full-power blast that turned the air white-hot and sent shockwaves rippling across the arena. Izuku sidestepped. Not dramatically. Not with some acrobatic flip or flashy evasion. He simply stepped to the left, and Bakugo's explosion sailed past him and cratered the arena wall behind him. The heat singed Izuku's hair. He didn't blink. Too slow, he said, and he backhanded Bakugo across the face with an adamantium fist. The impact was catastrophic. Bakugo's head snapped sideways, and he went airborne, literally his body leaving the ground and tumbling across the arena like a rag doll. He hit the concrete 20 feet away and skidded another 10. He lay there for a moment. Then, because he was Katsuki Bakugo and he'd rather die than stay down, he got up. Blood poured from his nose and a split lip. His left eye was already swelling shut. That all you got? He slurred. Izuku tilted his head. Actually, yeah, that's about 5%. He reached into his apron and pulled out something small. A coin. A 500 yen coin. He flipped it into the air, caught it. Want to see 10%? He threw the coin. It moved faster than Bakugo could track, a silver blur that crossed the 30 feet between them in a fraction of a second. Bakugo fired an explosion from his right palm, trying to deflect it. The coin punched straight through the explosion. The kinetic energy behind it was simply too great for a concussive blast to redirect, and hit Bakugo in the sternum. The coin didn't penetrate. It didn't need to. At that velocity, hitting the sternum was like being shot with a rubber bullet. The impact knocked Bakugo backward, cracking his ribs, driving the air from his lungs. He hit the ground again, gasping, and this time he stayed down longer. In the VIP box above the arena, Endeavor, the number 2 hero, rose to his feet. Fire erupted across his body, his costume flaring with the heat of his quirk. His eyes were fixed on the figure in the arena below. That's enough, he growled. Beside him, Best Jeanist was already moving, his fiber manipulation quirk reaching out to control the threads in Izuku's clothing. But Izuku was wearing a vendor's apron over a plain cotton shirt, minimal fibers, nothing for Jeanist to get a firm grip on. Izuku looked up at the VIP box and waved. Endeavor, hey, big fan. Love the flaming beard thing, very intimidating. He threw a card upward. It sailed toward the VIP box, curving in midair. Endeavor batted it aside with a wall of flame, incinerating it. Just wanted to say hi, I'm done here. You're not going anywhere, villain, Endeavor rumbled. He prepared to launch himself from the VIP box. Izuku reached into his pocket and produced a small device. A detonator. I wouldn't, he said. There are 3 smoke grenades under 3 different sections of the bleachers. Non-lethal, but they'll cause a stampede. 50,000 people, Narrow exits, blind panic. Do the math. Endeavor froze. Yeah, Izuku said. That's what I thought. He pressed the button. 3 sections of the stadium erupted in thick gray smoke. The crowd, already panicked, screamed and surged. The stampede Izuku had predicted began immediately, a crush of bodies pushing toward exits that were suddenly invisible behind walls of smoke. In the chaos, Izuku disappeared. He moved through the smoke like a fish through water, stripping off the vendor's apron, pulling his cap low, blending into the stream of fleeing civilians. By the time the heroes had the smoke cleared and the stampede contained, Bullseye was 3 blocks from UA, walking calmly down a residential street, hands in his pockets, whistling. He pulled out his phone and checked the trending topics. Bullseye was #1 in Japan. He smiled and kept walking. The fallout from the sports festival attack was even bigger than the USJ. The USJ had been contained, an attack on a closed facility with no public witnesses. The sports festival was different. 50,000 people had watched Bullseye walk into the most heavily guarded hero event in the country, take down 3 pro heroes in seconds, manhandle 2 hero students, and escape without a scratch on national television. The footage was everywhere. Every angle, every frame, every card throw. Slow motion replays showed the impossible trajectories, cards curving in midair, ricocheting off surfaces at angles that physics said were wrong. Internet analysts calculated the forces involved and declared them beyond any known projectile quirk. Quirk researchers were interviewed, theorizing about the mechanics of perfect aim, speculating about the limits that clearly didn't exist. The moment that went the most viral wasn't the card storm or the hero takedowns, it was the backhand. Izuku hitting Bakugo across the face with a casual, dismissive backhand that sent the explosion boy flying. The clip was shared millions of times. Memes were created. Bullseye just backhanded him into next week. That boy just got sent. Katsuki Bakugo, the explosion that got extinguished. Bakugo saw the memes. He destroyed 3 phones in 1 day. The Hero Commission went into crisis mode. 2 attacks on UA in a single academic season. One by the League of Villains, one by a solo villain who had walked through their security like it wasn't there. Public confidence in heroes was plummeting. Parents were pulling their children out of UA enrollment. Polls showed that 62% of Japanese citizens felt unsafe for the first time in years. And at the center of it all, like the eye of a hurricane, was a green-haired teenager with a target on his forehead and a smile that made grown heroes check their exits. In the principal's office at UA, Nezu, the hyper-intelligent animal principal, convened an emergency meeting. Present were All Might, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Eraserhead, still bandaged, one arm in a sling, Midnight, present, Mike, and several other senior heroes and staff members. All Might sat in his chair in his deflated form, the skeletal, hollow-cheeked true body that he hid from the public. There was no point maintaining the muscle form here. Everyone in this room knew the truth. Bullseye, Nezu said, his small paws folded on the desk. Real name, Izuku Midoriya, age 17, born and raised in Musutafu. Quirk, perfect aim, formerly registered as a minor with no criminal record, currently the most wanted villain in Japan. He clicked a remote. The screen behind him displayed a photo, a school ID photo from Aldera Junior High, a boy with green hair and freckles and a shy, empty smile. This is him 3 years ago, Nezu said, before the scar, before the kills. He disappeared at age 15. His mother, Inko Midoriya, reported him missing. The case went cold. He's not missing anymore, Aizawa said flatly. His voice was rough. His right hand, wrapped in bandages, rested on the table like an accusation. No, Nezu agreed. He's not. How did he get through security at the festival? Best Jeanist asked. We had every precaution. He had legitimate credentials, Nezu said. Forged but flawless. Someone in the vendor supply chain was compromised. We're investigating. Investigating isn't good enough, Endeavor growled. The temperature in the room rose 2 degrees. This villain walked into our school twice. He hospitalized Eraserhead. He assaulted students on live television. He made us look like fools. He is extremely dangerous, All Might said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. The symbol of peace, gaunt and frail in his true form, stared at the photo of the smiling boy on the screen. I've seen his combat data. His quirk is comprehensive. He doesn't just have good aim, he has perfect spatial awareness, perfect trajectory calculation, and the ability to weaponize any object in his environment. Combined with his enhanced skeletal structure, which our analysis suggests is some form of metal alloy bonded to his bones, he is effectively a living weapon. Can he be stopped? Midnight asked, was quiet for a long moment. I don't know, he said. The room went cold. All Might always had an answer. All Might always said, I am here, and everything was fine. For him to say, I don't know, that was terrifying. I met him once, All Might continued, before, when he was a child, before any of this. He asked me if he could be a hero. He paused. His sunken eyes were distant. I told him he could, that anyone could be a hero. And, Aizawa asked. He laughed in my face. Silence. He said, and I remember this exactly, he said, saving people is boring. I'd rather watch them bleed. All Might's skeletal hands trembled on the table. I thought he was joking. A child's dark humor. I was wrong. He was telling me exactly who he was, and I didn't listen. All Might, Nezu said gently. This is not your fault. Isn't it? I looked into the eyes of a monster and told it to become a hero. What did I expect? You expected the best in people. That's what you do. And people died because of it. Another silence. Longer this time. Aizawa broke it. We need to focus on practical measures. Bullseye is escalating. The USJ was a contract job. The sports festival was recreation. He's getting bolder. The next attack could be worse. Agreed, Nezu said. I'm proposing a joint task force. Heroes, police, intelligence agencies dedicated to tracking and apprehending Bullseye. Apprehending? Endeavor's flames flared. I say we put him down. We don't kill villains, Endeavor. That's not what heroes do. That is exactly the kind of thinking that created this problem. The argument continued. Plans were made. Resources were allocated. Task forces were assembled. None of it would be enough. They all knew it. Because out there in the city, a teenager with perfect aim and no conscience was already planning his next performance. The contract for Stain came through 2 days after the sports festival. Izuku had been looking forward to it. Stain was a challenge, not because of his abilities, which were formidable but limited, but because of his mindset. The hero killer was a true zealot. He operated with military discipline, chose his targets based on philosophical criteria, and fought with a fanaticism that made him unpredictable in a way that rational combatants weren't. Irrational opponents were harder to predict. Their behavior didn't follow logical patterns. They'd make sacrifices that made no strategic sense, take risks that bordered on suicidal, endure pain that should have dropped them, all because their belief in their cause overrode their survival instincts. Izuku found them entertaining. The intelligence package placed Stain in Hosu City, where he'd been operating for the past 3 weeks. He'd already killed 2 heroes there and crippled a third. His pattern was consistent. He stalked heroes in the back alleys of the entertainment district, attacked from ambush, and used his blood-curdle quirk to immobilize them before delivering the killing blow with one of his many blades. Izuku arrived in Hosu on a Tuesday night. He didn't bother with reconnaissance. Stain's hunting grounds were well documented in the underground, the alleys between 4th and 7th Streets, the rooftops overlooking the Hero Agency Row, the drainage tunnels beneath the theater district. The hero killer was predictable in his unpredictability, always hunting in the same neighborhoods, always targeting the same kind of hero. Izuku walked into the alley district at midnight, hands in his pockets, a bag of marbles in his left pocket, and a roll of coins in his right. No disguise, no stealth. He wanted to be seen. He found what he was looking for within an hour. Tenya Ida, the engine-legged hero student from Class 1A, was on the ground in a narrow alley, bleeding from a deep gash across his left arm. His engines were sputtering, damaged, his armor was cracked. Above him stood Stain, Chizome Akaguro, bandaged face, red scarf, a katana in one hand and a combat knife in the other, both slick with blood. You came here seeking revenge for your brother? Stain said, his voice a low rasp. Admirable, but you're not a real hero. You're just a child playing at justice. Ida tried to move, couldn't. Stain had licked blood from his blade, Ida's blood. Blood curdle was active. The boy was paralyzed from the neck down. Stain raised his katana. A marble hit his wrist. The impact was precise, directly on the ulnar nerve, the funny bone junction where the nerve was least protected. Stain's hand went numb. The katana clattered to the ground. He spun, knife in his remaining hand, eyes scanning the alley. Izuku sat on a fire escape 10 feet above, legs dangling, tossing a marble up and catching it. The bullseye scar caught the moonlight. "Hey, ugly," he said. "That's my bounty." Stain's eyes narrowed behind his bandages. He recognized the scar. Everyone recognized the scar now. "Bullseye," Stain said. "The one and only. And I've got to say, love what you're doing here. The whole purging fake heroes thing. Very dramatic. Very theatrical. You should start a YouTube channel." "You're a murderer," Stain said. "A mercenary. You kill for money, not conviction, and you're lower than the hunt." "Yeah, probably." Izuku tossed the marble up, caught it. "But here's the thing, hero killer, I don't really care about your philosophy or your conviction or your grand mission to purify hero society or whatever. You want to know what I care about?" He threw the marble. Stain dodged. He was fast, incredibly fast for a non-enhanced human. He twisted sideways, and the marble screamed past his head, hit the brick wall behind him, ricocheted off at a 45-degree angle, struck a dumpster, bounced again, and came back at Stain from behind. It hit him in the back of the knee. Stain's leg buckled. He caught himself on the wall, teeth gritted. "I care about this," Izuku said, dropping from the fire escape and landing in a crouch. "The game, the throw, the hit. That's all there is for me. You kill heroes because you hate what they represent. I kill people because I'm good at it and it makes me happy. Guess which one of us is more honest?" Stain straightened up. His leg was throbbing, but he could still stand. He still had his knife. He'd been in worse situations. "You're insane," he said. "You're one to talk. You lick people's blood, dude. That's disgusting." Stain attacked. He was brutally fast, a lunging, slashing assault with the combat knife, aiming for major arteries. His style was efficient and merciless, owned by years of killing heroes who were stronger, faster, and better equipped than him. He was a pure ambush predator, a knife in the dark. But Izuku wasn't a hero. He didn't fight fair, didn't try to disable or capture. And he could see every attack coming. Stain slashed at Izuku's throat. Izuku leaned back, and the blade missed by a centimeter. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of coins. Threw them, not at Stain, but at the walls. The coins pinged off brick and metal, ricocheting around the narrow alley in a web of deflections. The sound was like hailstones, ping, 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 ping. As coins bounced off surfaces and converged on Stain from multiple angles, Stain deflected one with his knife, dodged another. A third hit his shoulder, numbing his arm. A fourth hit his hip. A fifth cracked against his ankle, and he staggered. "Dance for me," Izuku crowed, throwing more coins, and the alley became a killing jar. Projectiles bouncing off every surface, filling the air with a metallic storm that made it impossible to stand still. Impossible to dodge everything, impossible to predict where the next impact would come from. Stain took hit after hit, shoulders, ribs, thighs, knees. The coins weren't lethal, they were too light for that, but at the velocities Izuku was throwing them, they hit like fists. Stain's body was being systematically beaten by an invisible boxer. "Come on," Izuku taunted. "You're the big scary hero killer. You've taken down 17 pro heroes. Am I too much for you?" Stain roared and threw his knife. It was a good throw, fast, aimed at Izuku's face. But a good throw wasn't a perfect throw. Izuku caught it. He snatched the knife out of the air with his left hand, twisted it between his fingers, and threw it back. The knife spun end over end, crossed the 6 feet between them, and buried itself in Stain's right thigh. The hero killer screamed. It was a raw, animal sound, the sound of a man who was not accustomed to being on the receiving end of pain. He dropped to one knee, one hand on the knife handle, the other pressed flat against the alley floor. Izuku walked toward him slowly. No rush, no urgency. He pulled a shard of glass from the ground, a broken bottle piece, and held it up to the moonlight. "See this?" he said. "This is a piece of a beer bottle, cheap glass, probably worth about 3 cents. But in my hands, it's the most dangerous weapon in this alley." He crouched in front of Stain. Their faces were close. Stain's eyes burned with pain and hatred and something else, a grudging, horrified recognition that he was completely outmatched. "You know what your problem is, Stain?" Izuku said softly. "You believe in something. You've got this whole ideology, true heroes, false heroes, the purity of All Might's legacy. It's beautiful, really. Very poetic. Very inspiring." He pressed the glass shard against Stain's cheek, drew a thin red line from ear to jaw. but it makes you predictable. You only target heroes you've judged unworthy. You only fight in certain neighborhoods. You only use blades. You've got rules, limits, a code. Another line, forehead to chin. I don't have any of those things. I don't have rules. I don't have a code. I don't believe in anything except the trajectory of a thrown object. And that makes me... He pressed the shard deeper. Blood ran down Stain's face. Better than you. Stain spat in his face. Izuku blinked. Then he laughed. Genuinely, freely laughed. A sound that bounced off the alley walls and echoed into the night. Oh, that's good. That's really good. You've got spirit. I respect that. He wiped the spit off his cheek. You know what? I was going to kill you. That's the contract. But I just changed my mind. He stood up, dropped the glass shard. Killing you would be too easy. And honestly, you're more useful alive. A living hero killer is a bigger distraction than a dead one. You keep the heroes busy, you keep the public scared, and that means more work for me. He turned to leave, then stopped. Looked back at Stain, who was bleeding and broken on the alley floor. Oh, and one more thing. He pulled a playing card from his pocket, the ace of spades. He flicked it almost lazily. The card embedded itself in the wall next to Stain's head, close enough to slice off a strand of his hair. You're not worth the bullet. He walked away. Behind him, Stain collapsed against the wall, shaking. Not from pain, from something worse. From the realization that he just encountered something that he couldn't categorize, couldn't judge, couldn't understand. A killer with no cause, a monster with no mission. Pure, purposeless destruction wearing a smile. For the first time in his career, the hero killer was afraid. Izuku was halfway down the block when the ice wall exploded into the alley. He turned. Todoroki and Ida were running toward him. Todoroki had freed Ida from Blood Curdle's effect by warming his blood with his fireside. The two students had seen Stain go down and were now charging toward the figure who'd done it. Then they saw the bullseye scar and stopped dead. Midoriya, Ida breathed. You're... Bullseye. Yeah, we met at the USJ and the sports festival. I'm starting to think you kids have a crush on me. Todoroki's right side erupted in ice. His left side flickered with flame. You're under arrest. I'm under what now? Izuku laughed. You're not cops, kid. You're students. You can't arrest anyone. Then we'll detain you until the professionals arrive. Cute. Izuku reached into his pocket, his fingers closed around a handful of ball bearings. Tell you what, I just beat up the hero killer for you. Consider it a freebie. Walk away, and I won't add to your hospital bills. Todoroki didn't walk away. He sent a wave of ice surging toward Izuku, a wall of frozen spikes that crossed the alley in a second, aiming to pin him against the opposite building. Izuku jumped. He kicked off the wall, launched himself over the ice wave, and threw 3 ball bearings in midair. The first one hit a fire escape, ricocheted downward, and exploded the ice beneath Todoroki's feet, shattering his footing. The second one hit a drain pipe, bounced off at a sharp angle, and nailed Ida in the engine on his left calf, jamming the exhaust port with a metallic clang. The third one, Izuku threw straight at Todoroki's face. Todoroki threw up a wall of flame. The ball bearing passed through the fire. Metal doesn't burn, and cracked against his collarbone. He grunted, ice crawling up his right arm involuntarily. Izuku landed on the fire escape above, crouching like a spider. Last warning, he said. I'm in a good mood tonight. Don't make me ruin it. Todoroki raised his right hand for another ice attack. Izuku sighed. He pulled a flashbang from his jacket, a compact military-grade device courtesy of All for One's supply chain, and dropped it into the alley. The detonation was blinding and deafening, a white sun igniting in the narrow space, accompanied by a concussive boom that rattled windows for 3 blocks. Todoroki and Ida recoiled, temporarily blind and deaf. When their senses returned, the alley was empty. Bullseye was gone. Only the playing card remained, embedded in the wall. The ace of spades is calling. His calling card. The Hosu incident made the news within hours. Hero killer defeated by unknown assailant. The details were murky. Stain had been found in the alley, severely beaten but alive, and was subsequently arrested by the pro-heroes who arrived on the scene. Todoroki and Ida were credited with assisting in his capture, which was technically true but extremely misleading. The truth that Bullseye had walked into the alley and dismantled the hero killer like a child pulling wings off a fly leaked slowly through the underground. And when it reached the public consciousness, The reaction was volcanic. On hero forums, the debate raged. Was Bullseye a villain who happened to stop another villain? Was this a turf war? Was the hero killer's defeat a good thing or a bad thing if it meant Bullseye was still out there? On villain forums, the reaction was simpler. Absolute reverence. Bullseye had beaten the hero killer, the man who terrorized pro-heroes across Japan, and he'd done it with coins and a piece of broken glass. In the League of Villains bar, Shigaraki watched the news coverage and scratched his neck until it bled. He beat Stain, he muttered, without even trying. The hero killer was a formidable opponent, Kurogiri noted. And Bullseye treated him like a toy, like a game. Shigaraki's voice was low, dangerous. He's getting too powerful, too high profile. People are starting to talk about him more than they talk about the League. He is an asset, Kurogiri said carefully. An expensive one, but effective. He's a loose cannon, a rabid dog, and rabid dogs get put down. I would advise against provoking him, Shigaraki Tomura. I'm not provoking him, I'm managing him. There's a difference. Shigaraki leaned back, 5 fingers pressed against the bar top. Let him have his fun. For now, but the moment he becomes a liability, he let the sentence hang. The hand on his face grinned its skeletal grin. Izuku didn't care about the League's internal politics. He didn't care about hero forums or villain forums or public opinion polls. He cared about 2 things, money and the next kill. But there was a third thing, a quiet, ugly thing that lived in the back of his mind like a rat in a wall. He didn't acknowledge it, didn't examine it. But it was there, gnawing, All Might. The symbol of peace, the strongest hero in the world, the man who stood at the top of the mountain and smiled down at everyone below. Izuku had seen that smile his entire life, on television, on billboards, on lunchboxes, and action figures, and the sides of buildings. That smile that said, everything is fine, I am here. That smile that made people believe they were safe. But Izuku knew something the rest of the world didn't. He'd seen All Might's true face, the skeletal, coughing, bleeding true face, on that rooftop years ago, when he'd been a quirkless kid asking if he could be a hero. He'd seen the man behind the myth, and the man was broken. All Might was weak, fading, running out of time. And the thought of that weakness, of the symbol of peace being nothing more than a dying man in a muscle suit, didn't inspire compassion or sympathy or even contempt. It inspired hunger. Izuku wanted to test himself against All Might. Not to win. He knew he couldn't win a straight fight against the #1 hero. Not yet. But to draw blood, to land a hit. To prove that the man who everyone thought was invincible could be touched by a teenager with a handful of coins. It wasn't about ideology. It wasn't about philosophy. It wasn't about changing the world. It was about the throw, the trajectory, the perfect shot against the perfect target, the ultimate game. He found the warehouse through his network. All Might had been conducting solo patrols in the Camino Ward district, unofficial patrols, off the books, following leads on the League of Villains. The symbol of peace was burning his limited time looking for Shigaraki, which meant he was alone, unsupported, and operating outside the usual hero infrastructure, vulnerable. Izuku set the meeting. He leaked intelligence through a third party, a rumor about a League of Villains hideout in an abandoned warehouse on the waterfront. False information, but plausible enough to draw All Might in. The warehouse was perfect. Izuku spent 2 days preparing it, mapping every surface, every angle, every ricochet point. He calculated sight lines, identified cover positions, located structural weaknesses. He rigged 3 gas lines with remote detonators. He stashed weapons caches in 7 locations throughout the building. Knives, ball bearings, marbles, coins, glass shards, broken tile. By the time All Might arrived, the warehouse wasn't a building anymore. It was a gun. And Izuku was the bullet. All Might entered through the main loading dock at 11:47 p.m. He was in his muscle form, the towering golden-haired colossus that the world knew and worshipped. His blue eyes scanned the dark interior, taking in the rows of abandoned shipping crates, the rusted machinery, the catwalks above. "Hello?" he called out. His voice echoed off the corrugated walls. "I know someone is here. Show yourself." Silence. Then a voice from above, amused. Young, All Might, the big target. All Might looked up. On the catwalk 50 feet above, silhouetted against the dirty skylight, sat a figure. Legs dangling, green hair, the bullseye scar. "Young Midoriya," All Might said. His voice was different now, not the booming hero voice, but something quieter, something sad. I was hoping we'd meet again. Yeah? Why's that? Because I failed you, and I want to make it right. Izuku was quiet for a moment, then he laughed. That laugh, broken glass and bad intentions. Make it right? He repeated. You think this is something that can be fixed? Like I'm a broken toy you can glue back together? He stood up on the catwalk, arms spread. Look at me, All Might. Really look. I'm not broken. I'm not damaged. I'm not a victim of circumstance. I was born like this. I came out of the womb wrong, and no amount of heroic speeches or you can be a hero pep talks was ever going to change that. I don't believe that. That's because you're an idiot. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object. All Might's enhanced vision identified it immediately. A human tooth. Specifically, a molar, still stained brown with old blood. Got this off a guy last week, Izuku said conversationally, rolling the tooth between his fingers. He was a debt collector who tried to stiff me on a payment. I took his tooth as a receipt. He flicked it. The tooth crossed the distance between them in a heartbeat. A tiny white projectile traveling at over 300 kilometers per hour. It hit All Might in the left eye. The symbol of peace flinched. His hand went to his face, and for a moment, just a moment, his muscle form flickered. Steam hissed from his body. The tooth had struck the eyeball directly, and even All Might's enhanced durability couldn't prevent the reflexive response. He blinked. His eye was watering, the vision blurred, but he was still standing, still solid. Young Midoriya, he said, his voice harder now. Surrender. I don't want to hurt you. That makes one of us. Izuku jumped off the catwalk. He didn't fall. He launched himself, kicking off the railing and arcing through the air toward All Might with the graceful trajectory of a thrown blade. As he flew, he threw both hands moving simultaneously, launching projectiles from the weapon caches he'd taped to the bottom of the catwalk. 6 throwing knives, 3 ball bearings, a handful of broken glass. All Might moved. He was still All Might. Still the fastest, strongest hero in the world, and his reaction was immediate. He deflected 2 knives with his forearms, shattered 3 more with a burst of wind pressure from a quick punch, and caught the 6th between his fingers. The ball bearings bounced off his chest like rubber balls. The glass shards skittered across his skin without cutting through, but the attack was a feint. While All Might was deflecting projectiles, Izuku landed behind him and drove an adamantium-reinforced kick into the back of his knee. All Might's leg buckled. Just for a second, his muscle form absorbed most of the impact, and his knee locked back into place almost immediately. But that second was enough. Izuku was already moving, spinning low, throwing a coin at the metal support beam to his right. The coin ricocheted off the beam, hit the floor, bounced off a shipping crate, and came back at All Might from behind, hitting him in the base of the skull. Again, not a lethal blow. Not even a damaging one, really. All Might's neck muscles were like steel cables, and the coin bounced off harmlessly. But the fact that it hit, the fact that a teenager had put a projectile on the back of the #1 hero's head with a 4-surface ricochet, that was a statement. All Might turned. His blue eyes were no longer sad. They were serious. You're good, he said. Very good. I know, but you can't beat me. I know that too. Izuku grinned. That's not why I'm here. All Might's brow furrowed. Then why? Izuku threw a shuriken. Not a real shuriken, a metal star he'd fabricated from sheet metal, razor sharp and perfectly balanced. He threw it at All Might's face. All Might leaned right, and the shuriken sailed past his cheek. Izuku threw another. All Might leaned left. Another. All Might ducked. Another. All Might deflected it with a flick of his finger. 4 shurikens. 4 misses. Bullseye didn't miss. All Might realized it a second too late. The shurikens weren't aimed at him. They were aimed at the walls behind him, at specific points, specific angles. Each one had embedded itself in a support beam or a pipe or a shipping crate and was now vibrating at a frequency that was almost musical. And between those 4 impact points, running along the back wall of the warehouse, was a gas line. The shurikens had severed it in 4 places. The smell of natural gas filled the warehouse. A thin, sickly sweet haze that All Might's nostrils detected a fraction of a second before Izuku said, "Oops." He was holding a match, a single wooden match, struck against the box, burning orange in the dark warehouse. "Bullseye," he whispered. He flicked it. The match tumbled through the air in a slow, lazy arc, a tiny point of fire descending toward the gas-saturated floor. All Might moved. He moved faster than any human eye could follow, faster than sound, faster than thought. He grabbed the match out of the air, but that was the second match. The first match, the real match, had been thrown 5 seconds earlier, tossed underhand during Izuku's shuriken barrage, hidden in the visual clutter of spinning metal. It had landed on the far side of the warehouse, in a puddle of leaked gas behind a stack of shipping crates. The warehouse exploded. Not partially, not dramatically. It exploded. A wall of white-hot fire that consumed the entire structure in a single catastrophic detonation. The corrugated walls blew outward like paper, the roof peeled off and disintegrated. The shipping crates became shrapnel. The catwalk collapsed in a shower of burning metal. Izuku was already outside. He'd moved the moment he flicked the decoy match, sprinting for the loading dock, diving through the openings, rolling across the concrete pier as the fireball erupted behind him. The shockwave hit him like a truck, sending him tumbling, but his adamantium skeleton held. He rolled to a stop 20 meters from the burning warehouse, bruised and singed but intact. He stood up, brushed off his jacket, turned to look at his handiwork. The warehouse was an inferno. Fire roared into the night sky, painting the clouds orange. Debris rained down across the waterfront. Car alarms screamed. Windows shattered for 2 blocks in every direction. And inside the fire, silhouetted against the flames, a figure stood. All Might. Still standing. His costume was burned, his hair was singed, his skin was blackened with soot, but he was standing because he was All Might, and nothing short of complete annihilation would take him down. He coughed. Smoke and ash poured from his lungs. His muscle form flickered again, longer this time, the skeletal truth beneath threatening to break through. Blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Young. Midoriya, he rasped. Across the pier, illuminated by the firelight, Izuku stood with his hands in his pockets. The flames reflected in his green eyes, turning them amber. The bullseye scar on his forehead glowed orange. He was laughing. Not loudly, not maniacally. A low, genuine, delighted laugh. The laugh of a boy who had just accomplished something wonderful. "You're still alive," he said. "Good. Dying in a warehouse fire would be a lame ending for the symbol of peace." He reached into his pocket and pulled out one last playing card. He didn't look at it. He didn't need to. He held it up so All Might could see. The Joker. Again, always the Joker. "I wanted to see if I could make you bleed," Izuku said. "And I did. That's all I wanted." He flicked the card into the fire. "See you around, All Might. Next time, I'll aim for the heart." He turned and walked into the night, disappearing into the maze of warehouses and alleys, leaving the symbol of peace standing alone in the burning ruin of the warehouse, coughing ash and blood, his body failing, his time running out. All Might stood there for a long time. The fire burned around him. The sirens wailed in the distance, getting closer. The night air tasted like smoke and defeat. "A new monster," he whispered. He coughed again. More blood. He sank to one knee. "A new monster has emerged." He looked at his hands. They were shaking. Not from pain. From something worse. From the cold, hollow certainty that the boy who had walked away from that fire was not a problem that could be solved with strength. You couldn't punch ideology into someone who had no ideology. You couldn't save someone who didn't want to be saved. You couldn't reach someone who had never been reachable. Izuku Midoriya was not a villain born from tragedy or injustice or neglect. He was a villain born from nothing, a void wearing a smile. A predator who had realized at the age of 4 that the only thing that made him feel alive was watching something else die, and he was getting better. 3 blocks away, Izuku pulled out his phone. He checked the trending topics. Hashtag versus All Might was already climbing. Someone in a nearby apartment building had filmed the warehouse explosion from their window, and the footage was spreading across social media like wildfire, literally and figuratively. The clip showed the detonation, the fireball, and a tiny figure walking away from the flames without looking back. The comments section was pure chaos. Did Bullseye just blow up All Might? He walked away from an explosion without looking back. This guy is an anime character. That's the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. He's 17. He's 17 years old. Symbol of peace, looking real human right now. All Might got up. He's still the GOAT, but man, Bullseye tagged him. Nobody tags All Might. Society, when a teenager with office supplies becomes the biggest threat in Japan. Izuku scrolled through the comments, grinning. He liked the one about walk away from the explosion. That was going to be his new thing. Always walk away from the explosion. Never look back. He pocketed his phone and kept walking. The night was young. The city was scared. And somewhere behind him, the greatest hero in the world was on his knees in the ashes, realizing for the first time that there existed a threat he might not be able to stop. Not because it was stronger than him, but because it was emptier than him. The days that followed were a fever dream for the hero world. The explosion footage was analyzed frame by every news agency in Japan. Hero analysts broke down the fight based on the structural damage to the warehouse, the trajectory of the debris, the heat signature of the explosion. They concluded that Bullseye had deliberately set up the gas line rupture during the fight, using the shuriken throws as both attacks and sabotage tools, multitasking murder and demolition simultaneously. This level of spatial awareness and strategic thinking is unprecedented, said a Quirk researcher on a morning talk show. He's not just accurate, he's a genius-level combatant who can process multiple attack vectors, environmental factors, and strategic objectives simultaneously while engaging in active combat. It's as if his brain is a supercomputer dedicated entirely to the physics of destruction. In UA's recovery rooms, Aizawa watched the coverage from his hospital bed. His right hand was still in a cast. The Joker playing card, the one Bullseye had left on his chest, was pinned to the wall beside his bed. He stared at it constantly, as if it contained answers. "You're obsessing," Recovery Girl told him. "I'm analyzing." "You're obsessing. Rest." He didn't rest. He pulled up every piece of information available on Izuku Midoriya. School records, quirk registration, medical history, family background. He built a profile, not a villain profile. Those were generic, based on threat assessment and combat data. This was a psychological profile, a deep dive into the mind of the boy who had broken his fingers one by one while singing a nursery rhyme. The picture that emerged was disturbing. Izuku Midoriya had shown signs of antisocial personality disorder from early childhood, cruelty to animals, social isolation, flat affect, a fascination with death and violence that predated his quirk manifestation. He wasn't a victim of villain recruitment or societal failure. He was a textbook psychopath who had simply been given the perfect quirk to express his pathology. "He's not a villain with a motive," Aizawa told All Might when the hero visited him in the hospital. "He's not trying to achieve anything. He's not trying to tear down hero society or take over the world or avenge some personal tragedy. That he just enjoys it. The killing, the terror, the performance. It's entertainment to him." "How do we stop someone like that?" All Might asked. Aizawa stared at the Joker on the wall. "I don't know if we can." In the underground, Bullseye's stock had never been higher. The Stain defeat and the All Might confrontation had cemented his reputation as the most dangerous freelance villain in Japan. Contracts poured in, more than he could accept. He was selective, yet taking only jobs that interested him, that challenged him, that offered opportunities for creative kills. He killed a corrupt politician by ricocheting a marble off a chandelier during a live televised speech. The marble bounced off the crystal fixture, off the podium, off the microphone stand, and hit the politician in the temple. He dropped mid-sentence. The audience thought he'd had a stroke. He killed a rival Yakuza boss by mailing him a package containing a spring-loaded mechanism that launched a ball bearing when the box was opened. The ball bearing hit the boss between the eyes. The police ruled it a mechanical accident. He killed an undercover hero who had infiltrated a villain syndicate by throwing a pen from across a crowded bar. The pen traveled 22 meters, passed between 4 people without touching any of them, and entered the hero's ear canal. He was dead before his drink hit the floor. Each kill was different. Each kill was creative. Each kill was documented in Izuku's journal with meticulous detail and a score out of 10. The pen kill got an 8. Good distance, clean entry, but the bar environment was cluttered. Points deducted for risk of collateral interference. The chandelier marble got a 9. Excellent ricochet sequence. The crystal created beautiful light refractions during the deflection, aesthetically pleasing. He was still chasing the perfect 10. The kill that would make even him step back and say, "Now that's art." At night, in his penthouse, Izuku sat on the floor surrounded by projectiles. Coins, marbles, ball bearings, cards, pens, pencils, needles, nails, screws, bolts, bottle caps, buttons, teeth, glass shards, ceramic chips, wooden splinters, stone fragments. Hundreds of objects sorted by weight, aerodynamic profile, and material density. He picked them up one by one, threw them at a target on the wall, a painted bullseye, of course. Each throw was perfect. Each projectile hit dead center. He threw faster, 2 objects at once, 3, 5. Each one hitting a different target on a different wall. He closed his eyes and threw. Still perfect. His quirk didn't need sight. It calculated based on spatial memory and kinesthetic feedback. He could throw with perfect accuracy in complete darkness. He threw behind his back, between his legs, off his elbows, off his knees, off his forehead. Every body part was a launching platform. Every surface was a weapon. He sat there for hours, throwing and throwing and throwing, the soft thud, thud, thud of projectiles hitting targets, the only sound in the empty penthouse. It was meditation. It was prayer. It was the only thing in the world that made sense. But the world was changing around him, and even Bullseye couldn't ignore it forever. All Might was weakening. Everyone could see it now. The hero's appearances were shorter, his fights more strained, his smile more forced. The symbol of peace was cracking, and the cracks were showing. Izuku had seen it firsthand at the warehouse. The flickering muscle form, the blood, the failing body. All Might wouldn't last much longer. A year? Maybe. Maybe less. And when All Might fell, the world would change. The pillar that held up hero society would crumble, and everything built on top of it would come crashing down. The villains knew it. The heroes knew it. Everyone was positioning themselves for the aftermath. Shigaraki and the League of Villains were recruiting aggressively, building their forces for a world without All Might. All for One was pulling strings from the shadows, orchestrating the chaos that would follow the symbol of peace's retirement or death. Other villain factions were arming themselves, forming alliances, staking out territory. And Bullseye? Bullseye didn't care about the future. He didn't plan for the long term. He didn't strategize or politic or form alliances. He was a weapon, not a general. He went where the kills were, took the jobs that interested him, and left everything else to the people who cared about that sort of thing. But even weapons have trajectories. Even bullets follow paths. And Izuku Midoriya's path, though he didn't know it yet, was leading somewhere specific, somewhere inevitable. A collision point that had been building since the day he killed that sparrow and smiled. The hero world and the villain world were hurtling toward each other like 2 trains on the same track. And at the point of impact, at the dead center of the coming apocalypse, there would be a boy with green hair and a target on his forehead and a smile that made gods flinch. 1 month after the warehouse incident, Izuku sat on the roof of his penthouse building, legs dangling over a 30-story drop. Below, the city of Musutafu glittered in the darkness. Millions of lights, millions of lives, millions of targets. He held a marble in his hand. A clear glass marble, the same kind he'd used to kill the sparrow 13 years ago. He rolled it between his fingers, feeling its weight, its smoothness, its potential. He looked out at the city and smiled. "I never miss," he said to no one. He tossed the marble into the air, caught it, tossed it again. Below, the city hummed and breathed and lived in blissful ignorance of the predator perched above it. The heroes patrolled their routes. The civilians went about their lives. The villains plotted in their shadows. Everything moved forward, everything churned, everything continued. And Bullseye watched it all from above, rolling a marble between his fingers, calculating trajectories to targets that hadn't been chosen yet. He was 17 years old. He'd killed more people than some natural disasters. He'd fought the strongest hero in the world and walked away laughing. He'd turned the villain underground into his personal playground and the hero world into his personal shooting gallery, and he was just getting started. The marble glinted in the moonlight. The city spread out before him. The world waited. Izuku Midoriya stood up, pocketed the marble, cracked his neck, and grinned. That grin, that terrible, wonderful, monstrous grin that had launched 1,000 nightmares. Same time tomorrow, world? He turned and walked back inside. The door closed behind him. The city exhaled. And somewhere, in a hospital bed, in a hero agency, in a school for gifted children who dreamed of saving the world, someone shivered. Not from the cold, from a premonition, from the bone-deep certainty that something was coming. Something that couldn't be reasoned with, or fought, or stopped. Something that didn't want anything except the perfect throw and the perfect kill and the perfect moment when the light went out of someone's eyes. Something with a bullseye carved into its forehead and a smile that said, "I never miss." Something hungry. 2 weeks passed. 2 weeks of silence from Bullseye. No kills, no contracts, no sightings. The hero world held its breath. The police task force scoured every safe house, every known associate, every digital footprint. They found nothing. Izuku Midoriya had gone dark, and in the absence of information, the fear only grew. People don't sleep well when they know a predator is out there but can't see it. The heroes patrolled in pairs, then in groups. They checked their coffee for foreign objects. They scanned their homes for entry points. They flinched at the sound of a coin dropping on a counter. That was the point. Izuku spent those 2 weeks training. Not his aim. His aim didn't need training. He spent it studying. He sat on the floor of his penthouse surrounded by dossiers, photographs, maps, and building schematics, assembling a three-dimensional understanding of the hero world's infrastructure, the way a surgeon studies anatomy before opening up a chest. He studied patrol routes, shift rotations, agency locations, communication frequencies, the Hero Commission's emergency protocols, the response times for every major hero agency in Tokyo and Musutafu. He learned which heroes partnered with whom, which ones had personal grudges, which ones drank too much after their shifts, which ones went home alone. He built a kill list, not a short one. The dossiers covered 47 pro heroes, names, quirks, combat analyses, known weaknesses, home addresses, family members, daily routines. Each dossier was annotated in Izuku's cramped handwriting with trajectory calculations, ideal engagement ranges, and preferred projectile types. Some heroes had single annotations. Others had pages of notes. Endeavor's file was thick. Hawks's was thicker. Best Genists had a sticky note on the front that read, "Fiber quirk. Counter, minimal clothing. Kill method, something ironic." Izuku pinned the files to his wall in a grid organized by priority. Red pins for primary targets. Blue pins for secondary, black pins for heroes he wanted to kill purely for entertainment value. There were a lot of black pins. On the 14th day, he received a message. "All for one. The time is approaching. Prepare yourself." Izuku stared at the message. Then he typed back, "Bullseye. Already prepared. Just say when." "All for one. Soon. But first, a test. The Commission has assembled a specialized team to hunt you. 12 heroes. They believe they have identified your operating patterns. They are deploying tonight." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Bullseye. Where?" "All for one, Camino Ward, Industrial District. They plan to sweep every building in a 6-block radius based on intelligence suggesting you maintain a safe house there." Izuku did maintain a safe house there. One of 7 across the city. "Thanks for the heads up. I'll send them your regards." He put down his phone, stood up, stretched, cracked his neck, feeling the adamantium vertebrae shift with a satisfying heaviness. 12 heroes, hunting him. In his territory, he smiled. Christmas came early. The Camino Industrial District at night was a maze of corrugated warehouses, chain-link fences, loading docks, and darkness. Streetlights were sparse. The buildings were packed tight, creating narrow alleys and dead-end corridors that funneled foot traffic into predictable paths, a kill box for someone who knew how to use it. Izuku arrived 3 hours before the hero team. He moved through the district like a ghost. No sound, no light, no trace. He didn't need a flashlight. He'd memorized the layout from satellite images and on-foot reconnaissance over the past year. Every alley, every fence, every dumpster, every fire escape. He prepared the battlefield with surgical precision. Coins were wedged into cracks in the concrete at precise angles, their reflective surfaces serving as markers he could identify by moonlight. Ball bearings were placed on ledges at calculated heights, not as weapons but as auditory triggers. If someone brushed past a ledge, the ball bearing would roll off and click on the ground, giving him their position to the centimeter. He unscrewed bolts from a fire escape until the structure was one hard impact away from collapsing. He loosened a steam pipe in one alley until it was ready to burst with a single well-placed strike. He identified 17 ricochet surfaces within a 2-block radius that would allow him to hit targets around corners. Then he climbed to the roof of a 3-story warehouse, lay on his back, and waited. They came at midnight. The Bullseye hunting team, that's what the commission had actually named it, which Izuku found delightful, consisted of 12 pro heroes chosen for their complementary abilities. They moved in 2 squads of 6, sweeping the district from the north and south simultaneously. Converging toward the center where Izuku's safe house was located, Squad 1 was led by a hero called Fortress, a broad-shouldered man with a hardening quirk that could turn his skin to reinforced concrete. His team included a sensory-type hero who could detect body heat through walls, a hero with an elastic whip quirk, a pyrokinetic, a telekinetic, and a speedster. Squad 2 was led by a woman called Nightwatch, who had enhanced hearing and echolocation abilities. Her team included an earth manipulation specialist, a hero who generated concussive blasts, a stealth specialist with a camouflage quirk, an emitter who created force barriers, and a martial artist with a reflexive acceleration quirk. 12 heroes, 12 sets of training, 12 quirks. Izuku had studied all of them. He knew their names, their abilities, their academy records, their combat histories. He knew Fortress had a blind spot on his lower left because of an old knee injury. He knew Nightwatch's echolocation required concentration and was disrupted by ambient noise above 80 decibels. He knew the speedster, a hero called Dash, had a top speed of 400 kilometers per hour, but couldn't turn sharply at full speed. They were professionals. They were prepared. They were hunting the most dangerous assassin in Japan with numbers, firepower, and a plan. They might as well have been wearing targets. Izuku watched from the rooftop as Squad 1 entered the district from the north. The sensory type, a thin man with oversized eyes called Heat Sight, was scanning buildings, his head swiveling slowly, searching for thermal signatures. Izuku's body temperature was normal. He wasn't hiding behind insulation or thermal shielding. He was just lying still on a rooftop, his heat signature indistinguishable from the warm metal surface beneath him. Heat Sight's gaze swept over his building. Moved on. Clear. Heat Sight said into his communicator. Izuku smiled. He let them advance. Let them clear building after building, moving deeper into the district, farther from the perimeter, farther from escape. He counted their steps, tracked their positions by the sound of their boots on gravel and concrete, mapped their formation in his mind. When Squad 1 was 4 blocks in and Squad 2 was 3 blocks from the south, Izuku moved. He didn't attack the heroes. He attacked the district, a ball bearing thrown at the steam pipe he'd loosened earlier. The bearing hit the weakened joint and the pipe burst. A shrieking geyser of superheated steam that flooded the alley where Fortress's team was walking. The sound was deafening. The steam was blinding. The temperature spiked. Fortress's team scattered. Training kicked in. They pulled back to the last cleared position, forming a defensive cluster. Fortress's skin hardened. The pyrokinetic raised his hands. Heat Sight's vision was overwhelmed by the thermal bloom of the steam. None of them saw the coin. Izuku flicked it from the rooftop. A 500 yen coin that arced through the steam cloud, bounced off the concrete wall of a warehouse at a precise angle, ricocheted off a metal dumpster, and hit Heat Sight in the temple. The sensory hero crumpled. His oversized eyes rolled back. He was unconscious before he hit the ground. The coin had struck the thin bone at the Tyrion, the weakest point of the human skull. Not dead. Not yet. Heat Sight is down, Fortress shouted. Contact! We have contact! They didn't know where the contact was. The steam cloud was dissipating, but the echoes of the burst pipe masked the direction of the coin strike. They were blind, deaf, and one man down in the first 5 seconds. Izuku threw a marble. This one followed a different path, up over the warehouse roof to his right, off the metal rain gutter, down into the narrow gap between 2 buildings, off the concrete floor, off a chain-link fence, and into the back of the elastic whip hero's knee. The hero, a wiry woman called Lash, yelped and went down on one leg. She looked at her knee, couldn't see what hit her. There was nothing there. The marble had bounced away into the dark after impact, just another piece of debris in a filthy industrial alley. Something hit me, Lash called out. I can't see the... A second marble hit her in the wrist, then a third in the elbow, then a fourth in the shoulder. Each one came from a different direction. Each one struck a joint or nerve cluster. The impacts were precise and devastating. Not lethal, but systematically disabling. Within 10 seconds, Lash's entire right arm was numb. He's everywhere. the pyrokinetic shouted, launching flames in a wide arc. The fire illuminated the alley in harsh orange light. Shadows danced. Every surface became threatening. But fire created something else. Thermal updrafts, rising columns of hot air that altered the trajectory of lightweight projectiles, unless the thrower had already accounted for them. Izuku had. A playing card cut through the updraft with a calculated adjustment to its spin rate. It sliced through the fire like it wasn't there and carved a thin red line across the pyrokinetic's cheek. Not deep, not dangerous. A message: I can reach you through your own flames. The pyrokinetic flinched. His fire wavered. A second card hit him in the back of the hand. A third sliced the webbing between his thumb and index finger. He screamed, and the fire went out, plunging the alley back into darkness. Izuku was already moving. He dropped from the roof, landed on a fire escape, swung down to ground level, and sprinted through a side alley. He was carrying his messenger bag, full toolkit. Playing cards, marbles, ball bearings, coins, paper clips, toothpicks, and the 6 steak knives. He emerged from the alley behind Squad 1. They were facing the wrong direction, forward toward where the attacks had come from. Nobody was watching the rear. The speedster, Dash, sensed something. A prickle on the back of his neck. He started to turn. Izuku threw a steak knife. Not at Dash. At the wall to Dash's left. The knife hit the brick at a 40-degree angle, ricocheted, and buried itself in the speedster's right calf. Dash screamed and went down. His quirk was in his legs. With a damaged calf, his speed dropped by 60%. Maybe more. Behind us. Fortress spun, his concrete skin fully activated. He saw the figure in the alley. Green hair. The scar. Bullseye! He's right there. The telekinetic raised his hands and hurled a chunk of concrete toward Izuku with his mind. 300 kilograms of industrial debris, moving at 50 kilometers per hour. Izuku sidestepped. The concrete sailed past him and demolished a wall. He threw a handful of ball bearings in response, not at the telekinetic, but at the ground in front of him. The bearings scattered across the concrete like steel raindrops. The telekinetic stepped forward to pursue. His foot hit a ball bearing. He slipped. For half a second, his focus broke, and in that half second, Izuku threw a playing card, the ace of spades. It hit the telekinetic in the throat, not the soft front of the throat, the side. The card sliced through the skin and nicked the external jugular vein. Not the internal one, which would have been immediately fatal, but the external one, which bled heavily and hurt like nothing else. The telekinetic grabbed his neck, blood pouring between his fingers. His quirk forgotten. 4 down. 8 seconds. Fortress charged. The big man was fast for his size, faster than expected, and his concrete skin could take a tank shell. He crossed the distance between them in 3 strides, fists raised, ready to pulverize the teenager who was killing his team. Izuku didn't run. He reached into his bag and pulled out a single coin. A 1 yen coin. Aluminum, light as a feather. He threw it. The coin hit Fortress in the left eye. Concrete skin covered every surface of Fortress's body, every surface that he consciously activated. His skin, his chest, his arms, his legs. But the eyes were different. You couldn't harden your eyeballs without blinding yourself. The eyes were always soft, always vulnerable. Fortress howled. His hands went to his face. Blood and vitreous fluid leaked between his concrete fingers. Izuku stepped past him like he was a piece of furniture. 1 yen kill, he murmured. Might be my cheapest yet. He pulled out his phone, opened the voice recorder. Fortress, team leader, disabled by 1 yen coin to the left eye. Time, approximately 12 seconds into engagement. Notes, concrete quirk has ocular vulnerability. File under hardening types. Rating, 6 out of 10, predictable. He pocketed the phone and turned his attention south towards Squad 2. His earpiece crackled. He'd clipped a radio off one of the fallen heroes during the melee, a quick, silent grab as he passed Dash's writhing body. Squad 1. Report. Nightwatch's voice. Professional. Scared. Fortress, what's happening? We heard... Izuku pressed the transmit button. Hey, Nightwatch, he said. Fortress can't come to the phone right now. He's a little one-eyed. Can I take a message? Silence. Oh, come on, that was funny. All units fall back to the perimeter, Nightwatch commanded. Repeat, all units fall back. He's already engaged Squad 1. Ah, leaving so soon? But I brought enough party favors for everyone. Izuku started walking south towards Squad 2's last known position. Tell you what, I'll give you a 30-second head start. Seems fair, right? 12 of you, 1 of me? He dropped the radio. 29, 28, 27. Squad 2 tried to retreat. Nightwatch was smart. She recognized immediately that the grid search strategy had failed. Bullseye had turned the district into a trap, and staying meant dying. She ordered a full retreat to the perimeter road where their transport vehicles were parked. They moved fast, in tight formation, Nightwatch's echolocation scanning every surface. The force barrier hero, a stocky man called Aegis, maintained a circular shield around the group. The stealth specialist went ahead as a scout. The martial artist covered the rear. They made it 2 blocks before the stealth specialist disappeared. Not violently, not dramatically. He simply stopped responding on the communicator. Nightwatch sent the Earth manipulation hero back to check. The Earth hero found the stealth specialist unconscious in an alley, a marble embedded in the Kevlar padding of his vest. The impact hadn't killed him. The vest absorbed the kinetic energy, but the marble had hit at a precise angle that transferred the force directly into the solar plexus, shutting him down like a switch. The Earth hero barely had time to report this before a coin caught him in the back of the neck, right at the base of the skull. He went stiff, paralyzed from the neck down, and toppled forward like a felled tree. Nightwatch heard both impacts through her echolocation. 2 wet cracks from 2 different directions, 3 seconds apart. "He's hurting us," she said. She was right. Izuku was on the rooftops above them, moving parallel to their retreat, driving them toward a specific alley, a narrow corridor between 2 warehouses that he'd identified during his preparation as the optimal kill zone. 1 way in, 1 way out, metal walls on both sides, a dead end at the far end where a locked gate blocked the perimeter road. He'd welded that gate shut 3 hours ago. Squad 2 reached the alley. Nightwatch's echolocation detected the locked gate ahead. She stopped. "It's blocked. We need to go around." Too late. Izuku dropped from the warehouse roof and landed on the dumpster at the alley's entrance, crouching like a gargoyle. Behind him, the open end of the alley. Ahead of him, 6 heroes: Nightwatch, Aegis, the concussive blast hero, the martial artist, and 2 others, trapped in a corridor 20 feet wide and 80 feet long. "Hey," he said. "Nice night for a walk." Aegis threw up his force barrier. A shimmering dome of energy enveloped the remaining heroes, translucent and humming with power. Inside the dome, Nightwatch coordinated. "His projectiles can't penetrate Aegis's barrier. We hold position and wait for backup." Izuku tilted his head. "Can't they?" He threw a marble. It hit the force barrier and bounced off. The barrier held. Aegis grinned. Izuku threw another marble. Same result, and another, and another, and another. 20 marbles in rapid succession, each one hitting the force barrier at the same spot. The exact same spot within a millimeter tolerance. From the exact same angle. Structural fatigue. Every material, every energy field, every quirk-generated construct had a resonance frequency. Hit it enough times at the right frequency and it weakened. The same principle that let soldiers break step on a bridge to prevent catastrophic oscillation. Izuku wasn't just throwing marbles. He was tuning a frequency. On the 20th marble, the barrier cracked. A hairline fracture in the energy field, invisible to the naked eye but catastrophic in its implications. Aegis felt it. His face went white. "He's my barrier." The 21st marble went through. It punched through the weakened section of the barrier like a bullet through tissue paper and hit the concussive blast hero in the center of the chest. The hero staggered backward, wheezing, and his blast reflex fired involuntarily, a shockwave that tore outward from his body and slammed into his own teammates inside the barrier. Nightwatch went flying. The martial artist was thrown against the alley wall. Aegis, caught in the concussive blast at point-blank range, lost concentration and the barrier collapsed entirely. Izuku was already throwing. 3 ball bearings. 3 trajectories. 3 impacts. The first bearing hit the martial artist in the jaw as he was pushing himself off the wall. His reflexive acceleration quirk activated too late. The bearing had already connected. Teeth shattered. He went down. The second bearing bounced off the metal wall to the left, ricocheted off the wall to the right, and hit Nightwatch in the back of the head as she was getting to her feet. Her echolocation cut out like someone had pulled a plug. She crumpled. The third bearing Izuku threw straight up. It hit the gutter of the warehouse above, deflected downward at a steep angle, and struck Aegis in the collarbone. The bone broke with a sound like a branch snapping. Aegis screamed, and whatever remained of his barrier, Quirk died with his concentration. The concussive blast hero was the last one standing. He raised his hands, palms out, charging a blast. His face was twisted with fear and determination. "Don't move," he shouted at Izuku. "I'll level this entire alley." Izuku reached into his bag. His fingers found a paperclip. He straightened it while maintaining eye contact with the hero. "You won't," he said. He threw the paperclip. It went into the hero's left nostril. The hero flinched, sneezed. His concentration broke for a fraction of a second, and Izuku closed the distance in that fraction, drove his knee into the hero's stomach, and followed it with an adamantium elbow to the back of the neck. The hero hit the concrete and didn't move. The alley was silent. 6 heroes. Down. The marble barrage had taken 8 seconds. The close quarters cleanup had taken 12 seconds. 6 heroes. He had a type. Izuku stood in the center of the alley, surrounded by unconscious bodies, and breathed. Not hard. He wasn't winded. He was just enjoying the moment. The quiet after the storm, the stillness after the violence. He pulled out his phone, took a selfie with the fallen heroes in the background, posted it to the dark web's most popular villain forum with the caption, "They sent 12. I sent them back. Return to sender." The post had 10,000 views within the hour. The Bullseye hunting team was disbanded the next morning. 8 of the 12 heroes required hospitalization. Fortress lost his left eye permanently. Nightwatch suffered a traumatic brain injury that ended her hero career. The telekinetic needed emergency surgery to repair the severed vein in his neck. None of them died. This confused people. Bullseye was a killer. Everyone knew that. He'd murdered dozens. But in this engagement, he'd incapacitated 12 heroes without a single fatality. The villain underground debated the meaning. Was he going soft? Was he sending a message? Was this a warning? Aizawa, still recovering, still obsessing, understood. "He's not going soft," he told the emergency commission meeting the next day, his voice flat. He left them alive on purpose. He wanted them to talk. He wanted them to tell every hero in Japan what it felt like to fight him. Dead men don't spread fear. Living witnesses do. He was right. The surviving heroes talked. They described the alley, the rooftops, the silence before the first strike, the way the projectiles came from impossible angles, from behind walls and around corners and through energy barriers, the way Bullseye moved like he was playing a game, casually, cheerfully, treating 12 trained combat professionals like toys in a shooting gallery. Fortress, speaking from his hospital bed with a patch over his empty eye socket, said something that made national news. "I've fought villains for 15 years. I've faced Nomis, bioweapons, quirk-enhanced soldiers. None of them scared me like that kid. He looked at me like I was a puzzle, and he solved me in one throw." Fear spread through the hero community like poison in the water supply. Patrol routes were altered. Heroes began wearing protective eyewear and body armor. Some requested transfers to rural districts far from Bullseye's known operating areas. 3 mid-ranking heroes quietly resigned. The public noticed. When your neighborhood hero stops showing up, you feel it. All for One noticed too, and he was pleased. The message came 4 days later. "All for One, you performed admirably. The commission's confidence is shattered. Phase 2 begins in 10 days. Details to follow." Izuku read the message, deleted it, and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. He cracked 2 eggs into a pan, tossed a piece of bread into the toaster, and poured himself a glass of orange juice. He ate at his kitchen counter, watching the morning news on the wall-mounted television. The anchor was talking about a poll showing that public trust in heroes had dropped to an all-time low. Izuku crunched his toast and gave the screen a thumbs up. "You're welcome," he said. His phone buzzed again. A different channel, encrypted. "Job for you. Big one." UA again. Izuku set down his toast. "I'm listening." "The provisional license exam is in 3 days. Every hero school in Japan sends their students, all gathered in one place. Hundreds of students, minimal pro-hero supervision during the combat phases. An open arena with public stands. And you want maximum damage. Kill students. Kill teachers. Kill as many as you can. I want UA to become synonymous with death. I want parents to pull their children out. I want the institution destroyed." That's a lot of targets. Open environment, multiple variable quirks. I'll need support. You'll have it. I'm sending a team of Nomis 6 of them, they'll hit from the north entrance and draw the pro heroes. You'll operate independently from the south. My rate for mass casualty contracts is premium, 8 billion yen. 5, 7, or find another assassin. Oh wait, there aren't any. 6. 6.5 plus I keep any hero trophies I collect. Done. Izuku picked up his toast and took another bite. He was smiling. The provisional license exam, every hero student in Japan gathered in one place. Hundreds of targets. Hundreds of quirks. Chaos and competition already built into the event structure. He wouldn't even need to create the chaos. It was already there. He just needed to add the killing. The Takoba National Stadium was a sprawling complex on the outskirts of Tokyo, a multi-arena facility designed for large-scale hero training exercises. The provisional license exam was held there annually, drawing students from every hero academy in the country. UA, Shiketsu, Ketsubutsu, and a dozen smaller schools, all sending their best students to compete for their provisional hero licenses. This year, 412 students were registered, plus 47 faculty chaperones, 18 pro hero proctors, 136 support staff, and an estimated 8,000 spectators in the public viewing areas. Security was tight. After the sports festival incident, every major hero event had increased its security protocols. Metal detectors, quirk scanning gates, drone surveillance, underground motion sensors, and a perimeter patrol of 20 pro heroes. Izuku didn't bother with the perimeter. He came in from below. Takoba National Stadium was built over a decommissioned subway line, an artifact of Tokyo's rapid transit expansion that had been abandoned decades ago. The tunnels still existed, sealed off and forgotten, running directly beneath the stadium's foundations. Izuku had found the blueprints in a government archive that All for One's network had compromised years ago. He entered the tunnel system at 4 a.m. through a maintenance access point 6 blocks from the stadium. He traveled a kilometer underground, navigating by memory and a dim green glow stick, his messenger bag heavy with ammunition, until he reached the junction point directly beneath the stadium's southern arena. He cut through the sealed concrete with a diamond-tipped hand drill. Slow, quiet, precise. It took 2 hours. By 6 a.m., he had created a hole large enough to squeeze through, emerging into the utility crawlspace beneath the southern arena's floor. He spent the next 3 hours in the crawlspace, mapping the arena floor above him by sound. Every footstep registered. Every voice. Every scrape of equipment. He identified the structural supports, the ventilation shafts, the electrical conduits. He placed weapon caches in 7 locations throughout the crawlspace. Knives, marbles, ball bearings, coins, a coil of piano wire, and 3 cans of spray paint that he'd retrofitted as improvised flashbangs. At 9 a.m., the students began arriving. He heard them through the floor, hundreds of voices, nervous and excited, chattering about quirks and strategies and rivalries. The sound of youth. The sound of futures not yet realized. Izuku lay in the crawlspace 2 feet beneath their feet and counted heartbeats. At 10 a.m., the exam began. The first phase was a melee. Every student for themselves in a massive arena, using rubber balls to tag opponents and eliminate them. The arena was the size of 4 football fields filled with artificial terrain. Mock buildings, rubble fields, water features, elevated platforms. The chaos was intentional. The proctors wanted to see how students performed under pressure in unfamiliar environments against unknown opponents. Perfect cover. The Nomu attack hit the north entrance at 10:14 a.m. 6 enhanced Nomu, not the high-end variants, but mid-tier combat models with strength and speed augmentations, crashed through the perimeter wall and tore into the outer security ring. The 20 perimeter heroes responded immediately, engaging the Nomu in a pitched battle that drew every available pro hero away from the arena, exactly as planned. At 10:15 a.m., Izuku punched through the arena floor. His adamantium fist shattered the reinforced concrete from below. He erupted from the ground in the ruins zone, a section of artificial rubble and collapsed buildings near the arena's southern edge, and emerged into daylight covered in dust. Grinning, his messenger bag over one shoulder. The nearest students, a group of 4 from Ketsubutsu Academy, stared at him in confusion. One of them recognized the scar. That's... Izuku threw 4 rubber balls from the exam supply pile, 1 for each Ketsubutsu student. Each ball hit its target in the face, Not with lethal force, just enough to stun. The students staggered, and before they could recover, Izuku was past them and climbing a rubble pile to a vantage point. From the top, he could see the entire arena. 400 students scattered across the terrain, engaged in the melee. Some were fighting each other, some were hiding, some were running. The pro-hero proctors were gone, pulled to the north entrance by the Nomu attack. The students were alone. Izuku opened his bag and pulled out a deck of cards. "Pop quiz," he said. The first card hit a Shiketsu student in the arm. The laminated edge sliced through costume fabric and skin, drawing a line of blood. The student screamed and fell off the platform she'd been standing on. The second card hit a UA student, Sero, the tape hero, in the back of the hand. He'd been reaching for a rubber ball, and the card pinned his hand to the wall behind him. The laminated edge embedded half an inch deep in the concrete. Sero screamed. The third card was a warning shot. It whistled past Bakugo's ear, close enough to cut a strand of his hair, and embedded itself in the fake building behind him. Bakugo spun, explosions igniting in his palms. He saw the figure on the rubble pile. Green hair, green eyes, the scar. "Midoriya!" The name tore out of him like an explosion of its own. "Hey, Bakugo," Izuku waved. "Third time's the charm, right? How the hell did you get in here?" "Through the floor. Literally." Izuku spread his arms, gesturing at the arena. "Look at all these targets. It's like a buffet." He threw a fan of cards, 12 at once, arsing across the arena in different trajectories. Students dove for cover. 3 were too slow. A Shiketsu girl took a card across the back, drawing a long red line through her costume. A boy from a minor academy took one in the thigh. A third, a Ketsubutsu student, caught a card in the shoulder, the laminated edge sinking 2 inches into muscle. The arena erupted into chaos. Students were screaming, running, abandoning the exam. Some activated their quirks in defensive modes, barriers, shields, hardening. Others attacked the air wildly, firing projectiles and energy blasts in every direction, hitting nothing. Izuku watched the panic spread from his vantage point. Beautiful, organic. A wave of fear radiating outward from the point of attack like ripples in a pond. He pulled out a coin. Down in the arena, Todoroki Shoto was already moving. He'd heard Bakugo's shout, seen the cards, identified the threat. Ice formed at his feet in a spreading glacier as he sprinted toward the rubble pile. His heterochromatic eyes locked on the figure above. Yaoyorozu was behind him, creating a shield from her body. Ida was flanking wide, engines roaring. Tokoyami's dark shadow was already airborne, reaching for Izuku with clawed tendrils of darkness. The Class 1A survivors of the USJ had trained for this. After that day, after the sports festival, they'd known Bullseye would come again. They'd studied his patterns, his trajectories, his ricochet techniques. They developed counter-strategies. Todoroki sent a pillar of ice straight at Izuku's position. Izuku jumped, but instead of retreating, he jumped forward, off the rubble pile, into the air above the arena. For a moment, he was silhouetted against the sun, a dark figure with arms spread, playing cards fanning from both hands. He threw 24 cards, released simultaneously from both hands in a cascading barrage. Each card followed a unique trajectory. Some went straight. Some curved. Some targeted students. Some targeted the arena structures, hitting walls and pillars and metal fixtures, ricocheting into new trajectories, creating a web of razored cardstock that crisscrossed the arena floor. Todoroki raised an ice wall. 3 cards shattered against it. A 4th curved around the edge and sliced across his left forearm. A 5th bounced off the ice wall's upper surface, deflected off a metal girder, and nailed Ida in the shoulder as he ran. Yaoyorozu's shield caught 2 cards. A 3rd punched through the shield. It was steel, but the card's edge hit a rivet at the seam, and the rotational force split the metal apart. The card continued through and cut Yaoyorozu's cheek. Dark Shadow caught 3 cards in its tendrils and crushed them. But the 4th and 5th were aimed at Tokoyami himself, one high, one low. He dodged the high one. The low one cut his ankle. 6 Class 1A students. 6 hits. None fatal. Not yet. Izuku landed in a roll, came up running, and disappeared into the artificial rubble. The students gave chase. They were faster than before, stronger. They'd trained with ferocity born of trauma, and their quirks had developed in the year since the USJ. Todoroki's ice was more precise. Bakugo's explosions were more focused. Ida was faster. Yaoyorozu was more creative, but they were still students, and Izuku was Bullseye. He led them through the ruin zone like a fox leading hounds through a briar patch. Every turn was calculated. Every corridor was pre-mapped. He threw projectiles as he ran, not at the students behind him, but at the environment around them. A marble hit a support strut, and a section of fake building collapsed in Bakugo's path by forcing him to blast through or go around. A coin ricocheted off 3 surfaces and shattered the water pipe that fed the arena's artificial lake, flooding a corridor where Ida was running, turning the floor into a slick death trap. A ball bearing hit the control panel for the arena's movable terrain, and the floor began shifting, platforms rising and falling, walls rotating, the entire landscape rearranging itself into a configuration that Izuku had studied from the blueprints and the students hadn't. He was controlling the battlefield, reshaping it in real time, turning the arena into an extension of his quirk. Todoroki caught up to him first. An ice wall erupted from the ground ahead of Izuku, blocking his path. Then another to the left, another to the right. Todoroki was building a box around him, an ice prison with no exit. Izuku punched through the ice wall in front of him. His adamantium fist shattered the ice like glass. He came through the wall face to face with Todoroki, who had been waiting on the other side with his left hand raised. Fire ignited. A wall of flame roared toward Izuku. He dove sideways, the fire singeing his jacket. Rolled. Came up throwing 3 coins in rapid succession. Todoroki blocked the first with an ice shield. Dodged the second. The third hit him in the right hip, hard enough to make him stagger. He answered with a combined attack, ice from the right, fire from the left, converging on Izuku's position. Izuku threw a steak knife. Not at Todoroki, at the ice pillar to Todoroki's right. The knife struck the ice at a specific angle and shattered it, sending a spray of ice fragments into the path of Todoroki's own fire. The fire melted the ice fragments into steam, and the steam cloud enveloped Todoroki, blinding him for a crucial second. In that second, Izuku closed the distance. He grabbed Todoroki by the collar of his costume and headbutted him. The adamantium skull connected with Todoroki's forehead with a crack that echoed off the arena walls. Todoroki's eyes unfocused. His knees buckled. Izuku threw him. Literally picked the boy up by his costume and hurled him into the nearest wall. Todoroki hit the concrete and slumped, dazed. Bakugo came in screaming. He'd flanked wide, using his explosions as propulsion to circle around the ruin zone, and he came at Izuku from above. A dive bomb attack, both palms blazing, everything he had concentrated into a single massive detonation aimed at point-blank range. Die! Midoriya! Izuku looked up, calculated. Stepped left. The explosion hit the ground where he'd been standing and cratered the arena floor. Shockwaves knocked rubble in every direction. Bakugo landed in the crater, smoke pouring from his gauntlets, sweat streaming down his face. He looked around. Izuku was gone. No, Izuku was behind him. A playing card pressed against the back of Bakugo's neck. Not thrown, held. The laminated edge resting against the skin, right over the cervical vertebrae. You always attack the same way, Izuku said quietly. Big explosion, straight line, no subtlety, no variation. You're the most predictable fighter I've ever seen. Bakugo's entire body was rigid. His palms smoked. Every instinct screamed at him to attack, but the card against his spine was a death sentence if it pushed forward. I could sever your spinal cord right now, Izuku continued. One push. You'd never walk again, never use your quirk again. You'd spend the rest of your life in a chair watching other people be heroes. Do it then, Bakugo hissed. If you're going to do it, do it. Izuku paused. Then he laughed softly. Nah, you're not worth the card. He slapped Bakugo across the back of the head, hard, with an open palm, the adamantium bones making the blow feel like being hit with a brick, and Bakugo pitched forward onto his face, seeing stars. Izuku was gone by the time Bakugo's vision cleared. He moved through the arena like a force of nature. Every corridor he entered became a kill zone. Every surface was a weapon. He threw with both hands simultaneously, launching projectiles at targets behind him while running forward, his brain processing 3-dimensional spatial data at a speed that made combat precognition look slow. Students fell. A Shiketsu boy took a marble to the kneecap and went down screaming. A Ketsubutsu girl took a ball bearing to the ribs that cracked 2 of them. A boy from an academy Izuku didn't recognize caught a playing card across the throat. Shallow, not fatal, but the blood made it look worse than it was. The arena was a war zone. Students were running in every direction, some trying to fight, most trying to flee. The proctors were still at the north entrance, dealing with the Nomu. No one was coming to help, and then he found them. Tsuyuasui and Ochako Uraraka huddled behind a concrete barrier with 2 other students. Tsuyu's hand was on Uraraka's shoulder. Both were shaking. They'd heard the screams, seen the chaos, recognized the pattern. He was here. The monster from the USJ, the boy who'd sniped them from 60 feet up and laughed about it. The boy who'd broken their teacher's fingers one by one. Izuku rounded the corner and stopped. He looked at them. They looked at him. "Hey," he said. "Remember me?" Tsuyu's tongue shot out, a whip-fast strike aimed at his face. Izuku caught it, wrapped it around his fist, pulled. Tsuyu flew toward him, dragged by her own tongue. Izuku met her with a knee to the stomach that folded her in half. She gagged, her tongue retracting, and Izuku threw her into the wall. She hit hard, slid down, didn't get up. "Tsu!" Uraraka screamed. She launched herself at Izuku, hands outstretched. If she could touch him, her zero gravity would send him floating. Helpless, Izuku didn't let her touch him. He sidestepped, caught her wrist, twisted it behind her back, and slammed her face first into the concrete barrier. Her nose broke, blood sprayed across the gray surface. "Zero gravity, right?" Izuku said, holding her pinned. "Cool, Quirk. Problem is, you have to touch me, and I don't let people touch me." He released her. She slumped against the barrier, bleeding, crying. The 2 other students, a boy and a girl from academies Izuku didn't recognize, stared at him with white faces. "Run," Izuku said. They ran. He let them. Running targets told better stories than dead ones, but not everyone got to run. He found the cluster of Ketsubutsu students near the arena's western wall. 8 of them, in a defensive formation, their class representative, a boy called Shindo with a vibration quirk, directing them in a coordinated defense. They'd built barriers, set up overlapping fields of fire, created a kill zone of their own. Smart. Against a normal villain, it might have worked. Izuku studied their formation for 3 seconds from a vantage point above. Then he threw 8 projectiles simultaneously, 4 from each hand. Every projectile followed a different ricochet path. Coins bounced off walls, marbles deflected off metal fixtures, ball bearings ricocheted off concrete barriers. The projectiles entered the defensive formation from 8 different directions: above, below, left, right, front, back, and 2 diagonal angles that shouldn't have been possible. Shindo's vibration quirk activated. He shook the ground, disrupting the trajectory of 2 incoming projectiles. But the other 6 found their marks. One student took a marble to the temple and dropped. Another caught a coin across the hand that was holding his weapon. A third was hit in both knees simultaneously by 2 ball bearings that had taken completely different paths through the arena. Shindo himself caught a playing card across the forearm. He looked at the cut, then looked up. Izuku was standing on the barrier directly above him. "Hi," Izuku said. His adamantium knee drove into Shindo's collarbone. The bone shattered. Shindo collapsed, and Izuku landed on top of him, crouching, using the fallen student as a stepping stone. He looked at the remaining Ketsubutsu students. They were hurt, scared, and leaderless. "Class dismissed," he said. The arena attack lasted 11 minutes. In those 11 minutes, Izuku injured 47 students and 3 staff members, broken bones, lacerations, concussions, and puncture wounds. The injuries ranged from minor cuts to compound fractures. The arena floor was scattered with playing cards, marbles, and blood, no deaths. Not because Izuku couldn't kill them, because he'd been specifically instructed not to, at least not at this phase. The contract was for maximum damage, and Shigaraki had clarified via encrypted message that day. Injure the students, break their bodies and their spirits, kill the staff. The staff, Izuku had been saving those for last. The pro-hero proctors had finally dealt with the Nomu. The 6 mid-tier combat models had been destroyed, but the fight had taken 15 minutes and left several heroes battered. Now they were rushing back toward the arena, responding to the emergency signals that students had been activating since the attack began. The first proctor to enter the arena was a hero called Mera, a thin, exhausted-looking man who was technically an examiner rather than a combat hero. He ran through the south entrance, saw the devastation, and froze. Izuku was sitting on a pile of rubble in the center of the arena, surrounded by injured students. He had his legs crossed and a can of soda in his hand. He'd grabbed it from a vending machine he'd passed. "You the proctor?" Izuku asked. Mara stared at him. "I have notes on the exam," Izuku continued. "The obstacle course could use more variety, and the scoring rubric is way too lenient. Half these kids can't even dodge a marble." He threw the soda can. It hit Mara in the chest and knocked him backward through the entrance. The examiner hit the ground outside the arena and didn't get up. The second proctor, a combat hero called Miss Joke, who had been one of the chaperones, came in ready for a fight. Her quirk forced uncontrollable laughter, and she activated it the moment she saw Izuku. Izuku felt the pull, the tickle in his brainstem, the urge to laugh. He was already laughing. "Nice try," he said between giggles, "but I'm always laughing." He threw a ball bearing that bounced off the arena wall, off a fallen pillar, and hit Ms. Joke in the solar plexus. She doubled over, and Izuku threw a second bearing that caught her in the forehead. She went down. The third proctor was the one that mattered. Eraserhead entered the arena from the north entrance, his capture scarf already deployed, his eyes burning red. He'd been helping with the Nomu response. His bandages from the USJ injuries were finally gone, but the scars remained, and his right hand, still not fully healed, was wrapped in a compression glove. He saw the arena, saw the students, saw the blood. Then he saw Izuku. Their eyes met across 70 meters of devastated arena. "Round 2, Izuku said. "Round 2, Aizawa agreed. He attacked. Aizawa was faster this time, angrier. The capture scarf lashed out with the fury of a man who had spent months recovering from the worst beating of his life and was determined not to let it happen again. The weighted end of the scarf whistled through the air and erasure activated at full power. Izuku felt his quirk dim. The calculations in his head became fuzzier. His accuracy dropped from 100 to 95. He threw a marble anyway. It sailed past Aizawa's head, missing by 3 inches. For Bullseye, 3 inches was an embarrassment. Aizawa's scarf caught Izuku around the waist. The hero pulled, and Izuku was yanked off his feet, dragged across the arena floor. Aizawa was already moving, closing the distance, his left hand forming a fist. Izuku let himself be pulled. He went with the momentum, converting the drag into a slide, and as he passed a pile of rubble, he grabbed a chunk of concrete and threw it. Not at Aizawa, at the ground between them. The concrete shattered on impact, sending fragments spraying upward like shrapnel. Aizawa's erasure blinked involuntarily as a fragment hit near his eye. For a tenth of a second, his quirk deactivated. A tenth of a second was enough. Izuku's full accuracy returned. He threw a coin in that sliver of time. The coin hit the scarf's weighted end, severing the carbon fiber cord. The tension released, and Izuku was free. He rolled to his feet. Aizawa's eyes were red again. Erasure reactivated. But the scarf was damaged, the weighted end gone, reducing its range and control. "You're better," Izuku said. "You've been practicing." "I've been planning," Aizawa said. He threw something. Not his scarf, a small pellet the size of a marble. Izuku's instinct was to dodge, but the pellet wasn't aimed at him. It hit the ground at his feet and detonated. A flashbang. Military grade. The same kind Izuku himself had used in Hosu. The flash seared his retinas. The bang hammered his eardrums. For 2 seconds, Izuku was blind and deaf. Aizawa hit him, a kick to the ribs, enhanced by Aizawa's training, driven by months of rage and grief. Izuku's adamantium ribs held, but the force rocked him sideways. A follow-up elbow to the jaw snapped his head back. A knee to the stomach doubled him over. Aizawa fought like a man possessed. He knew he had maybe 3 seconds before Izuku's senses returned. 3 seconds to do as much damage as possible. He drove his left fist into Izuku's kidney, hammered his knee into Izuku's face, slammed his elbow down on the back of Izuku's neck. Every blow connected. Every blow hurt. But every blow that hit bone, ribs, spine, skull, jaw, bounced off the adamantium reinforcement. It was like punching a lamppost wrapped in flesh. Aizawa's knuckles split. His elbow cracked. Izuku's vision cleared. His hearing returned, and through the ringing and the pain, he was smiling. "Not bad, Eraser." He spat blood. "You got me. That's twice now." He headbutted Aizawa in the face. The adamantium skull connected with a sound like a car door slamming. Aizawa's nose, which had been rebuilt after the USJ, broke again. Blood sprayed. Aizawa staggered. Izuku followed up with a hook to the body, his fist driving into Aizawa's already bruised ribs with the weight of metal-reinforced bone behind it. Something cracked. Aizawa doubled over, and Izuku brought his knee up into the hero's chin. Aizawa went airborne, 2 feet off the ground, his body lifting and rotating before crashing back down on the arena floor. His capture scarf pooled around him like a dead snake. Izuku stood over him. Blood ran from a cut on his own forehead. Aizawa's elbow strike had split the skin over his bullseye scar. The blood ran into his eyes and he wiped it away with the back of his hand. "You got better," he said. "Really. The flashbang was smart. But you know what the problem is?" He crouched down. Aizawa was conscious. Barely. His eyes were unfocused, his breathing ragged. But he was looking at Izuku with an expression of pure, undiluted hatred. "The problem," Izuku said, "is that you fight to protect, and I fight to win. Those aren't the same thing." He stood up, reached into his bag, pulled out a playing card. The Joker, he placed it on Aizawa's chest, same as before, same card, same gesture. "Third time," Izuku said, "I won't leave you breathing." He turned and walked away. Behind him, Aizawa's ruined hand closed around the Joker card and crushed it. The escape was clean. Izuku moved through the utility crawl space, dropped back into the abandoned subway tunnel, and was 6 blocks from the stadium before the first response teams even entered the arena. He stripped off his torn jacket, pulled on a clean hoodie from a stash he'd pre-positioned, and walked into the afternoon crowd. By the time the news broke, he was in a ramen shop, eating lunch. The Takoba Stadium attack was a watershed moment. The USJ had been a contained incident. The sports festival had been embarrassing, but mostly non-lethal. Takoba was different. 47 students injured, 3 staff members hospitalized, an entire generation of future heroes terrorized on national television. The cameras in the arena, automated recording systems meant to capture exam footage for review, had captured everything. The footage leaked within hours. The public watched a teenager walk through an arena full of hero students like a wolf through a sheep pen. They watched him throw playing cards that sliced flesh. They watched him bounce marbles off walls to hit targets behind cover. They watched him beat Eraserhead, one of the most respected underground heroes in Japan, for the 2nd time in a year. They watched him sit on a pile of rubble, surrounded by bleeding children, drinking a soda. The reaction was not what the Hero Commission expected. They expected outrage directed at Bullseye. They got outrage directed at them. "How did this happen again?" demanded a commentator on Japan's most-watched news program. This is the 3rd time Bullseye has attacked a hero education event. 3 times. And the Hero Commission's response is more security measures that clearly don't work? "Where were the pro-heroes?" asked a panel on another network. 47 students injured while the proctors were fighting Nomu outside. Why wasn't there a contingency for a secondary attack? "My daughter was at that exam," said a mother on a live interview, tears streaming down her face. "She's 14 years old and she has a broken arm and a concussion. She wanted to be a hero. Now she wakes up screaming." Enrollment requests for hero academies dropped by 34% overnight. UA held an emergency assembly. Principal Nezu addressed the students, the survivors, the wounded, the traumatized. His small voice was uncharacteristically strained. "I will not insult you with promises of safety," he said. "What I will tell you is that the hero world is at war. Not the kind of war that ends with a single battle or a single arrest. This is a war of attrition, and the enemy is a person who has no ideology, no demands, and no off switch. He cannot be reasoned with. He cannot be negotiated with. He can only be stopped." In the back of the assembly hall, Bakugo sat with his arms crossed and a dark bruise covering the left side of his face. His jaw was wired shut from where Izuku's adamantium backhand had fractured it. He couldn't speak, but his eyes burned with something that went deeper than anger. Todoroki sat beside him, a bandage wrapped around his forehead. He hadn't spoken since the attack. His heterochromatic eyes stared at the floor, and ice formed and melted and formed again at his fingertips in an unconscious cycle. Uraraka was absent, still in the hospital, still crying. Aizawa was absent too, 2nd time in the ICU in a year. His colleagues had started a pool on when he'd discharge himself against medical advice. The over-under was 3 days. Everyone bet the under. In the underground, the League of Villains celebrated. Shigaraki watched the news coverage with something approaching joy. His face, hands trembling with excitement, his red eyes gleaming. "This is it," he said. "This is what breaking feels like. Hero Society is cracking. One more push and it shatters. The Nomu deployment was costly, Kurogiri noted. We lost all 6 units. Expendable. Bullseye's performance more than compensated. 47 injured students, the media is eating itself alive. Parents are pulling their children out of hero schools. The public's anger is directed at the commission, not at villains, Kurogiri observed. Exactly. When people lose faith in their protectors, they become angry at the protectors, not the threat. They blame the system. They demand change. And change, Shigaraki scratched his neck, drawing blood, grinning beneath his hand mask, creates opportunities. All for One's message came that evening. All for One, Phase 3. It was accompanied by a file, a large file, schematics, maps, schedules, intelligence reports. Izuku opened it on his laptop and read for 3 hours. When he finished, he leaned back in his chair and whistled. Bold, he murmured. Phase 3 was the endgame, a simultaneous multi-target assault on the hero infrastructure of Japan. Not a single attack, a coordinated offensive across 6 cities, hitting hero agencies, police headquarters, communication centers, and government buildings. The League would deploy its full forces, Nomu, villain recruits, mercenaries, and independent operators. The objective was simple: overwhelm the hero system. Hit so many targets at once that the response infrastructure collapsed. Force heroes to choose which crises to respond to, knowing they couldn't respond to all of them. Create so much chaos that the public lost faith, not just in specific heroes, but in the concept of hero society itself. And at the center of it, the keystone of the entire operation, was a single target, All Might. All for One would engage the symbol of peace personally. Draw him out. Fight him. And while the world watched their titanic battle, Bullseye would do what he did best. His target list for Phase 3 had 7 names on it. Best Genist, Gang Orca, Edgeshot, Ryukyu, Kamui Woods, Mount Lady, and a bonus target, a late edition, circled in red, Hawkst, 7 top heroes, 7 kills, 1 night. Izuku stared at the list, rolled a marble between his fingers, smiled. Merry Christmas to me. The day before Phase 3, Izuku visited his mother. He didn't know why. He told himself it was operational, a final check of his old neighborhood, ensuring no surveillance was in place. But that was a lie, and he knew it. He'd swept the neighborhood remotely weeks ago. He stood across the street from the Midoriya apartment at 3 a.m., leaning against a telephone pole in the dark, hands in his pockets. The apartment was small and shabby, the same one he'd grown up in. The light in the kitchen was on. His mother's silhouette moved behind the curtain. She'd gotten heavier. The grief weight. He could see it in her outline. The broader shoulders, the slower movements. She was making something in the kitchen. Tea, probably. She'd always made tea when she couldn't sleep. He stood there for 15 minutes. Then he pulled a marble from his pocket. The same green glass marble, the one he kept with him always, the first marble he'd ever thrown, and rolled it between his fingers. He didn't feel anything. That was the thing. He looked at his mother's silhouette and searched for something. Guilt, love, nostalgia, regret, and found nothing. An empty room where emotions should have been. He'd been born this way. He hadn't been lying to All Might. There was no trauma behind the curtain, no hidden wound that could be healed. The wiring was just wrong. Had always been wrong. Some people were born without the ability to see color. Izuku had been born without the ability to feel connection. He pocketed the marble and walked away. Behind him, the kitchen light went off. Izuku Midoriya went to bed without knowing her son had been 20 meters from her window. She would never know. Phase 3 began at 8 p.m. on a Thursday. The first explosion hit a police communication center in Osaka. The second hit a hero agency in Nagoya. The third, fourth, and fifth hit targets in Sapporo, Fukuoka, and Kyoto simultaneously. Within 60 seconds, Japan's emergency response infrastructure was overwhelmed. In Tokyo, the League of Villains attacked from 5 directions. Nomu squads, dozens of them, more than the League had ever deployed, crashed into the city from the north, south, east, and west. They targeted hero agencies, hitting the buildings directly, destroying equipment and personnel before the heroes inside could mobilize. It was organized. It was devastating. It was everything the League had been building toward. And at 8:07 p.m., All for One stepped out of a warp gate in the center of Kamino Ward and began destroying everything in sight. Izuku watched the chaos unfold from a rooftop in the Minato district, where 3 of his 7 targets were stationed. Below, the streets were in pandemonium. Civilians ran screaming as Nomu rampaged through the business district. Cars crashed, buildings burned, sirens screamed from every direction. He could hear the distant thunder of All for One's attacks in Kamino, low, rolling booms that shook the ground and lit the western sky with flashes of destruction. All Might would be there soon. The symbol of peace always came. But that was All for One's fight. Izuku had his own work to do. He opened his messenger bag and took inventory. 4 decks of playing cards, 200 ball bearings, 100 marbles, 3 rolls of coins, 50 paper clips straightened into needles, 20 throwing knives, a coil of piano wire, and a single bullet, a .50 caliber round, heavy and brass and beautiful that he'd been saving for a special occasion. He didn't have a gun for it. He didn't need one. His arm was the gun. He loaded his pockets, sealed his bag, and stood up. Below, he could see the response forming. Pro-heroes were mobilizing from the Minato agencies, streaming out in their costumes, activating their quirks, heading toward the crisis points. He identified 3 of his targets immediately. Best Genist, emerging from the Genius office building, his denim costume rippling as his fiber manipulation quirk activated, threads reaching out to control the environment. Kamui Woods beside him, his wooden body already extending, branches forming shields and platforms. And Edgeshot, materializing from thin air, or rather from the paper-thin state he used for stealth, his body narrowing to a razor's edge. 3 targets. 1 rooftop. 1 opportunity. Izuku threw the .50 caliber bullet. His arm whipped forward with every ounce of force his adamantium-reinforced skeleton and peak-conditioned muscles could generate. The bullet left his hand at over 500 kilometers per hour. Faster than a professional baseball pitch, faster than a crossbow bolt, approaching the speed of a low-velocity firearm round. And it was aimed with perfect accuracy at a target 160 meters away. Best Genist sensed it. His quirk detected the displacement of air fibers, a disturbance in the threads of reality that his power connected to. He turned, his eyes widening, his quirk reaching out to intercept. The bullet punched through the fiber barrier he erected. Best Genist's quirk could manipulate fibers, but a .50 caliber projectile traveling at 500 kilometers per hour carried more kinetic energy than his fibers could redirect in the fraction of a second he had. The bullet tore through the fiber net, lost 1/3 of its velocity, and hit Best Genist in the upper chest. The impact threw the number 4 hero off his feet. He flew backward, crashing through the glass doors of his own agency, and landed on the marble floor inside. The bullet had entered just below the left collarbone, passed through the upper lobe of his lung, and lodged against his scapula. Best Genist lay on the floor of his agency, staring at the ceiling, a hole in his chest whistling with every breath. Kamui Woods saw it happen. His wooden body turned toward the rooftop where the shot had originated. His branches extended, reaching, hundreds of meters of wooden tendrils stretching toward the source. Izuku threw a lighter, a cheap plastic convenience store lighter, aimed at the leading edge of Kamui's extending branches. The lighter hit a branch, cracked open on impact, and the fluid inside ignited against the friction-heated wood. Fire. The one thing a wood-based hero could not survive, the flame caught. It spread along the branch with horrifying speed, consuming the dry wooden tissue like it was kindling. Kamui retracted instantly, a reflexive, self-preserving reaction. But the fire was already jumping from branch to branch, racing up his limbs toward his core body. Kamui screamed. He thrashed, trying to smother the flames, but his body was wood and the fire was hungry. His branches flailed wildly, setting fire to everything they touched. Cars, storefronts, street signs. Edgeshot moved. The ninja hero narrowed his body to a paper-thin blade and surged toward Kamui, using his razor form to shear away the burning branches, amputating the affected limbs before the fire could reach Kamui's core. It was a desperate, agonizing surgery, Kamui howling as his own partner cut him apart to save his life. While Edgeshot was occupied with Kamui, Izuku threw a knife, a steak knife. Standard kitchen issue. It flew from the rooftop, crossed 140 meters in a downward arc, and entered Edgeshot's body from above, the one angle the paper-thin hero wasn't defending, because his narrowing quirk operated laterally, not vertically. The knife hit Edgeshot in the top of the shoulder where his body was at its thinnest. The blade passed through the paper-thin flesh and embedded in the collarbone beneath. Edgeshot's form destabilized. He snapped back to full width involuntarily, the pain disrupting his quirk's activation. The knife was now lodged deep in his shoulder, and his left arm hung uselessly. 3 top heroes. 3 impacts. 30 seconds. Izuku dropped from the rooftop. He fell 3 stories, landed on a car roof, the impact caving in the metal with a thunderous crash, and kept moving. He sprinted down the street toward his next target zone, throwing as he ran. A marble took out a police officer who was setting up a barricade, not a kill shot, a shoulder hit that spun the man around and dropped him. A coin deflected off a streetlight, off a mailbox, off the side mirror of a parked car, and hit a sidekick hero in the ankle. She fell. He jumped over her without breaking stride. The city was burning. Nomu rampaged through the business district 2 blocks away, smashing through buildings like cardboard. Civilians streamed past Izuku in the opposite direction, running from the chaos, and none of them looked at the teenager running toward it. He was just another face in the crowd. He found Ryukyu 4 blocks south. The dragon hero was in her full transformation, a massive, scaled beast the size of a small building, her wings spread, her jaws open, breathing fire at a pack of Nomu that had cornered a group of civilians. She was magnificent, golden scales gleaming in the firelight, her roar shaking windows for 3 blocks. Izuku stopped running, studied her. The dragon form was impressive, but it had weaknesses. The scales were hardest on the back and sides. The belly was softer. The eyes were vulnerable, huge, slitted reptilian eyes that provided excellent peripheral vision, but were exposed and unarmored. He reached into his bag and pulled out a handful of ball bearings, 6 of them. He held them in his right hand, feeling their weight, their smoothness, their potential. Ryukyu finished off the Nomu, her jaws closed on the last one and crushed it, and turned to check on the civilians she'd saved. In that turn, her left side was exposed to the street where Izuku stood. He threw all 6 bearings at once, not at Ryukyu, at the building beside her. The bearings hit the building's glass facade, a curtain wall of reinforced glass panels, and ricocheted. Each bearing bounced at a calculated angle, its trajectory adjusted by the curve and composition of the glass. The first bearing deflected upward, hit the steel frame of the building's overhang, and redirected downward. The second bearing bounced off the glass, hit the concrete sidewalk, and angled up. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th bearings each followed unique ricochet paths through the urban canyon, bouncing off glass, steel, concrete, and asphalt. All 6 bearings converged on Ryukyu's left eye from 6 different directions simultaneously. The dragon hero saw the first bearing a fraction of a second before impact. She flinched, an instinctive blink, but even a dragon's eyelid couldn't close fast enough to block 6 projectiles arriving at nearly the same instant from 6 different angles. 3 bearings hit the eyelid. 2 hit the eye itself. The 6th hit the soft tissue just below the eye socket. Ryukyu screamed. It was an enormous sound, a dragon's roar of pain that shattered every remaining window on the block. She reared back, one massive claw going to her injured eye, her wings flaring. The civilians she'd just saved scattered as the dragon thrashed. Her eye was ruined. 3 ball bearings had penetrated the cornea, destroying the lens and flooding the vitreous chamber with blood. Even if she survived the night, she'd never see from that eye again. Izuku was already gone. Moving, running through the smoke and fire toward his next target. Gang Orca was engaging a Nomu 3 blocks east near the waterfront. The Orca hero was in his element, his hypersonic waves stunning the Nomu, while his immense physical strength pummeled it into submission. His sidekicks flanked him, providing support. Izuku climbed a fire escape to a 3rd-floor balcony overlooking the fight. He watched Gang Orca work, the precise sonic bursts, the calculated strikes, the commanding leadership. A professional, a true hero, a target. Gang Orca's costume covered most of his body in reinforced leather and Kevlar. His orca-like skin was naturally tough, resistant to cold, pressure, and blunt trauma. But his costume had one vulnerability, the throat. His collar was open, exposing the thick neck beneath. A design choice that allowed him to vocalize his hypersonic attacks without restriction. Izuku pulled out a coin. He could see the exposed throat from here. 68 meters. Clear line of sight. No obstacles. No ricochets needed. Too easy. Where was the art in that? He pulled out 5 coins instead, threw them all at once but not at Gang Orca. At the buildings, the ground, the vehicles surrounding the fight, the coins ricocheted off surfaces in a cascading chain of deflections, each one bouncing 3, 4, 5 times before converging on Gang Orca from 5 different angles. The first coin hit the Nomu that Gang Orca was fighting, caught it in the exposed brain tissue, the impact disrupting its regeneration cycle. The Nomu spasmed. Gang Orca stepped back. The second coin hit a sidekick in the back of the knee, dropping her. The third hit Gang Orca's wrist, right on the nerve cluster. His hand went numb. His sonic attack fizzled. The fourth hit the ground at Gang Orca's feet, and the fifth arrived a fraction of a second later from the opposite direction. The Orca hero stumbled, not from pain, but from the disorienting effect of simultaneous impacts from multiple angles. His balance broke, if this one he aimed directly. No ricochet, no artistry. A straight throw, 68 meters, dead center on the exposed throat. Gang Orca saw it. His Orca instincts, deep-sea predator reflexes, honed by evolution, detected the incoming projectile. He twisted sideways, and the knife, instead of hitting his throat, hit his shoulder. The blade punched through the Kevlar and lodged in the dense muscle beneath. Gang Orca grunted. His hand went to the knife handle. He pulled it free, a long, wet slide of steel from flesh, and threw it aside. Then he looked up. His echolocation mapped the building where Izuku crouched. Their eyes met across the burning street. "Bullseye," Gang Orca said. His voice was deep and resonant, even in pain. "Face me." "I am facing you," Izuku called back. "But if you insist..." He jumped from the balcony, landed in the street, walked toward Gang Orca with his hands in his pockets. Gang Orca fired a hypersonic blast. The sound wave hit Izuku like a wall, disorienting, nauseating, the frequencies designed to incapacitate. Izuku's steps faltered, his vision blurred, his inner ear screamed, but his arms still worked. He threw a marble, blind, deaf, sick from the sonic assault, his quirk calculating trajectory from spatial memory alone. The marble hit Gang Orca in the open mouth. The Orca hero gagged. The hypersonic blast cut off as the marble lodged in the back of his throat. He coughed, doubled over, and Izuku was on him. An adamantium-reinforced uppercut caught Gang Orca under the jaw. The Orca hero's head snapped back, and his massive body, 300 pounds of muscle and blubber and reinforced bone, lifted off the ground. He crashed down on the street, cracking the asphalt. He didn't get up. 4 targets down. 3 to go. Izuku pulled the marble from Gang Orca's unconscious mouth. He didn't want the hero choking to death before the ambulance arrived. Dead heroes were useful, but he wanted Gang Orca alive to describe what happened, and pocketed it. 4 for 4, he said. Mount Lady was easy. The giantess hero was enormous, literally. At 67 feet tall, she was impossible to miss. She was also impossible to hide, impossible to maneuver in tight urban spaces. And her giant form's vulnerability to precision attacks was well documented in Izuku's files. He found her on the main avenue, where she was using her massive body to block a Nomu advance. Her arms braced against the buildings on either side of the street. She was screaming at civilians to evacuate behind her. Izuku threw a playing card at her Achilles tendon from 2 blocks away. The card, traveling at over 300 kilometers per hour, sliced through the tendon like it was paper. At normal human size, a playing card couldn't penetrate flesh deeply enough to sever a tendon. But at 67 feet, Mount Lady's Achilles tendon was proportionally larger and stretched tighter. The card only needed to cut through the outer sheath. The stored mechanical tension did the rest. The tendon snapped with a sound like a gunshot. Mount Lady screamed and toppled. A 67-foot woman falling in a city street was a disaster in itself. She crashed through 2 buildings, her massive body demolishing storefronts and parked cars, her fall creating a shockwave that knocked pedestrians off their feet for a block in every direction. She shrank as she fell, her quirk deactivating involuntarily as the pain overwhelmed her concentration. And by the time she hit the ground, she was normal-sized, clutching her ruined ankle, sobbing, 5 down. Hawks was next, the number 3 hero, the youngest hero to ever crack the top 10, the man with the feather wings, the aerial combat specialist. He was somewhere above the city, coordinating the hero response from the air, his feathers deployed across a 10-block radius as sensors and weapons. Finding him was the challenge. Hawks moved fast, his wings allowed speeds in excess of 200 kilometers per hour, and his feather control gave him 360-degree awareness. He was, in many ways, the hardest target on Izuku's list. He was also the one Izuku was most looking forward to. Izuku climbed to the top of a 40-story office building, the tallest in the Minato district, using the fire stairs. The city sprawled below him, burning and broken. To the west, the flashes of All for One's battle with All Might lit the sky like heat lightning. He scanned the sky, clouds of smoke, helicopter searchlights, and there, a streak of red and gold moving fast across the skyline. Hawks. The winged hero was diving toward a crisis point 4 blocks north, his feathers streaming behind him like a comet's tail. Izuku pulled out his last deck of cards. 52 cards. He rifled through them with his thumb, feeling the laminated edges counting by touch. Hawks was moving at roughly 150 kilometers per hour, heading north. To hit him, Izuku would need to lead the shot, throwing not at where Hawks was, but at where he would be when the projectile arrived. At this distance, roughly 300 meters horizontal, 50 meters vertical, the card would need to travel for close to a second. In that second, Hawks would cover approximately 40 meters, a moving aerial target at 300 meters. Against a hero with precognitive feather sense who could detect incoming projectiles, this was going to be fun. Izuku didn't throw one card, he threw 12. Simultaneously, in a spread pattern, a wall of cards that covered a 40-meter stretch of sky, accounting for every possible position Hawks could occupy when the projectiles arrived. Hawks sensed them. His feathers bristled, hundreds of tiny red sensors screaming a warning. He banked hard, diving left, his wings folding to reduce his profile. 11 cards missed. They sailed through the empty sky and scattered into the night. The 12th card hit Hawks in the right wing. Not the feathers, the wing itself. The card sliced through the joint where the wing connected to his back, cutting through muscle and tendon. Hawks's right wing locked. His flight path became a spiral. He compensated with his left wing and his feather control. Managing a controlled descent rather than a fatal crash, he landed on a rooftop 3 blocks away, skidding across the concrete, his right wing dragging behind him, blood streaming from the severed joint. He was alive, but grounded. 6 down. Izuku looked at the card he'd just thrown, or rather, at the remaining cards in his hand. 40. He counted them again. 40 cards, the rooftop of a building, a grounded hero 3 blocks away, and a city on fire. He jumped to the next building, then the next. Rooftop to rooftop, his adamantium skeleton absorbing the impact of each landing, his legs driving him forward with the mechanical efficiency of a machine designed for one purpose. He found Hawks on the rooftop of a department store, leaning against an air conditioning unit, his right wing limp and bloody. The hero was on his communicator, coordinating the evacuation of a building 2 blocks south, his voice strained but steady. Get the civilians out through the basement. There's a service tunnel that connects to... He saw Izuku land on the opposite edge of the rooftop. 30 meters away, Hawks went still. His feathers, the ones he still controlled, rose from his wings and hovered in the air around him like a crown of red blades. Bullseye, Hawks said. His voice was casual, unnervingly so, given the circumstances. I was wondering when you'd show up. Fashionably late, Izuku said. Love the wings, by the way. Very angelic, very killable. Funny, I was going to say the same about that scar. Hawks's feathers shot forward, a barrage of razor-sharp plumes, each one controlled independently, converging on Izuku from multiple angles. Hawks could control every feather with telekinetic precision, directing them like a swarm of guided missiles. Izuku threw cards. Not at Hawks, at the feathers. Each card intercepted a feather in midair, the laminated edge deflecting the plume off course. Cards and feathers collided in a cacophony of sharp sounds. The zing of laminated cardstock, the whisper of slicing feathers, the ping of projectiles meeting in mid-flight. For 5 seconds, the rooftop was a storm of flying blades. Cards and feathers filled the air in a deadly ballet, each side deflecting, redirecting, countering. It was beautiful and terrifying. 2 precision-based fighters matching each other throw for throw, feather for feather. Then Izuku ran out of cards. Hawks still had feathers. The remaining plumes surged toward Izuku in a wave. He dodged, twisting, rolling, ducking under the feathers with the fluid movements of a fighter who had been dodging projectiles since childhood. 3 feathers missed. A 4th nicked his arm. A 5th carved a line across his back. A 6th hit him in the chest. The feather pierced his jacket, pierced his shirt, pierced his skin, and stopped. The tip ground against his sternum with a metallic screech. Adamantium bone versus Hawk's hardened feathers. The feather lost. Izuku grabbed the feather embedded in his chest, snapped it in half, and threw both halves back at Hawks. The broken plumes, propelled by Izuku's perfect aim, hit Hawks in the left arm, one in the bicep, one in the forearm. His own feather turned against him. Hawks' communicator clattered to the ground. His left arm dropped, the muscles severed. Izuku closed the distance. Hawks tried to fly. His left wing beat desperately, but one wing wasn't enough for liftoff. He stumbled, and Izuku was there. A kick to the ribs, a punch to the jaw, an elbow to the collarbone. Each blow was enhanced by the adamantium skeleton, each impact carrying the force of reinforced metal. Hawks crumpled. Izuku stood over the number 3 hero, breathing hard for the first time that night. Not from exhaustion, from excitement. "You're good," he told Hawks. "Best fight tonight, honestly." Hawks looked up at him. Blood ran from his lip. His wings were broken, one severed, one useless. His feathers lay scattered across the rooftop like fallen leaves. "Why?" Hawks asked. Just the one word. Not angry, not pleading. Genuinely curious, Izuku tilted his head, thought about it. "Because the world is a shooting gallery," he said, "and I'm the only one who never misses." He pulled a coin from his pocket, flipped it. "I caught it. Heads you live. Tails." He looked at the coin. "Actually, never mind. I don't leave things to chance." He flicked the coin into Hawk's left kneecap. The joint shattered. Hawk screamed, a raw animal sound, and curled into a fetal position on the rooftop. Izuku turned and walked to the edge of the building. The western sky was bright with destruction. The battle between All for One and All Might was reaching its climax. The shockwaves were getting stronger, the flashes brighter. 6 of his 7 targets were down. The 7th, Kamui Woods, was in a burn unit somewhere, out of the fight entirely. His contract was fulfilled. His job was done. But the night wasn't over, because in the west, All Might was fighting, and Izuku had unfinished business with the symbol of peace. He dropped off the rooftop and headed toward the fire. The Camino Ward looked like the end of the world. Buildings were leveled. Streets were cratered. Fires burned everywhere, sending columns of black smoke into the night sky. The air tasted like concrete dust and ozone. All for One and All Might had been fighting for 17 minutes, and in those 17 minutes, they had destroyed a 12-block radius. All Might was losing. Izuku could see it from 3 blocks away. The hero's muscle form was flickering constantly now, steam pouring from his body like a kettle about to boil dry. His punches, which had been leveling buildings at the start of the fight, were weakening. His speed was dropping. His left side, the side where his stomach used to be, where the old injury still festered, was bleeding through his costume. All for One stood opposite him, barely damaged. The masked villain's form was eerily still, a contrast to All Might's ragged, desperate fighting stance. All for One radiated power. The stolen quirks at his disposal made him a walking arsenal. Strength, speed, force multiplication, air cannons, regeneration. He was fighting All Might with a fraction of his total power and winning. "You're fading, All Might," All for One said, his voice carrying across the destroyed street. "The symbol of peace is crumbling. Look at yourself. You can barely stand." All Might's fist clenched. "I am here," he attacked, a right hook that would have shattered a skyscraper at full power. All for One caught it with one hand, and the shockwave leveled what was left of the buildings on either side. "No," All for One said. "You're not." He hit All Might with an air cannon blast that sent the hero tumbling down the destroyed street, crashing through debris, rolling to a stop in a crater. All Might didn't get up immediately. His muscle form collapsed. The skeletal true body lay in the crater, a gaunt, coughing, bleeding scarecrow of a man who looked nothing like the golden god the world worshipped. The cameras saw it. The helicopter news crews, the drones, the smartphones of civilians filming from a distance. They all saw it. The real All Might, lying in a crater, frail and broken and human. Japan saw its god bleed, and the faith cracked. Then All Might got up. Because he was All Might, and he always got up, his muscle form surged back, not fully, not the towering colossus of before, but something smaller, harder, denser. A concentrated version. Everything he had left, compressed into one last stand, he launched himself at All for One with a scream that shook what was left of the windows in a 5-block radius. His fist hit the villain's barrier with the force of a missile impact. The barrier cracked. All for One staggered. Their fight continued. 2 titans, one fading, one ascendant, pounding each other into the earth. Izuku watched from a rooftop 1 block away. He sat on the edge, legs dangling, watching the greatest fight in history like it was a movie. He wasn't going to interfere. Not with this. All for One's battle was All for One's business, and Izuku didn't take sides in fights between gods. But when the dust settled, when one titan fell and the other stood, the winner would be weakened, exhausted, vulnerable, and Bullseye would be waiting. The fight lasted 3 more minutes. 3 minutes that felt like 3 hours. 3 minutes of impacts that registered on seismographs, of shockwaves that shattered glass for a mile, of 2 men destroying each other and everything around them with the focused fury of forces that should never have existed in human bodies. All for One combined his quirks into a single devastating attack. A fusion of air cannon, kinetic boosters, and impact amplification that created a beam of pure force aimed directly at All Might's chest. All Might punched through it. His left arm, the arm on his injured side, the arm that should have been useless, punched straight through All for One's combined attack. The force beam parted around his fist like water around a stone. His arm, wrapped in the last dregs of One for All's power, drove forward. United States of Smash. The punch hit All for One in the face. The villain's mask shattered. His body cratered the earth. The shockwave flattened everything in a 100-meter radius, buildings, vehicles, debris, everything, reducing the battlefield to a flat disk of compressed rubble. All for One went down. His body hit the earth and didn't move. All Might stood over him, his left arm hanging limp, his muscle form collapsing for the final time. Steam poured from his body. Blood ran from his mouth, his nose, his eyes. His costume was in tatters. His body was a roadmap of injuries, broken ribs, internal bleeding, torn muscles, stress fractures in every bone. He raised his right fist to the sky. "I am here," he whispered. The cameras caught it. The world saw it. For one last moment, one brilliant, fleeting, beautiful moment, the symbol of peace stood triumphant. Then the playing card hit him in the throat. Not a lethal shot. Not yet. It hit him just above the collarbone, in the soft tissue between the clavicle and the neck. The card embedded itself an inch deep, slicing through skin and muscle, but missing the jugular by centimeters. All Might staggered. His raised fist dropped. His hand went to his throat. Blood. He looked up. Izuku stood on the rubble 50 meters away. The remains of a shattered building behind him. The fires of Camino reflected in his green eyes. The bullseye scar on his forehead was split open, blood running down his face from the earlier fights, and the blood and the scar combined to make him look like something from a nightmare. He was holding one last playing card. The Joker. Always the Joker. "Hey, All Might," he said. "I told you I'd aim for the heart next time." All Might pulled the card from his throat with shaking fingers. Blood ran down his chest. His muscle form was gone, completely gone. The skeletal body stood in the ruins, barely upright, swaying. Young Midoriya. "Don't." Izuku's voice was flat, hard. "Don't give me the speech. Don't tell me you can save me. Don't tell me I can still be a hero. I never could. You knew it that day on the rooftop. You looked into my eyes and you knew exactly what I was. I saw a boy who was hurting. You saw a monster. And you smiled at it, and you told it everything would be fine." Izuku laughed, short and bitter. "You know what happened because of that? Nothing. Nothing changed. I killed my first bird 2 months later. I killed my first person at 14. I've killed 63 people in 3 years, and your smile didn't stop a single one of those deaths." All Might was silent. "The symbol of peace," Izuku said. "You know what that really means? It means everyone looks at you and thinks the world is safe. They go home at night and they lock their doors and they think All Might is out there. All Might will protect us. And you know what that does? It makes them weak. It makes them dependent. It makes them sheep. And sheep get slaughtered." He took a step forward. Another. Closing the distance. "I'm not a villain with a cause, All Might. I'm not trying to tear down your precious system or build something in its place. I'm just what happens when the world makes someone like me and gives him the perfect tool to express what he is." Another step, 30 meters. You can't fix me. You can't reach me. You can't save me. 20 meters. All you can do is stop me, and you can't even do that anymore. 10 meters. All Might looked at the boy walking toward him, the green hair matted with blood, the scar, the smile, that terrible, empty, beautiful smile. And Toshinori Yagi, the man behind All Might, felt something he'd never felt in all his years as a hero. Despair. Not because he was going to die, he'd been dying for years. Not because he'd failed to stop Bullseye, he'd failed to stop many things. Because Izuku was right, he couldn't be saved, he couldn't be reached. The boy was a void, a beautiful, brilliant, monstrous void, and nothing All Might had done or could do would ever fill it. Some people were born broken, some cracks went all the way down, and the cruelest truth of heroism was that not everyone could be saved, not because the hero wasn't strong enough, but because the person didn't want to be saved and never had. All Might reached out his hand, his skeletal, trembling, blood-streaked hand. Then, "Stop me from saving you," he said, "because I'm going to try." He lunged. It was pathetic. A sick, broken, exhausted man throwing himself at a teenager with perfect aim and metal bones. All Might had nothing left, no power, no speed, no strength. His body was shutting down. His vision was fading. He was running on nothing but the muscle memory of a lifetime of heroism and the stubborn, irrational, absolutely human refusal to let a monster walk away. His fist swung, slow, weak, the punch of a dying man. Izuku caught it. He caught All Might's fist in his palm and held it. The bones of All Might's hand creaked against the adamantium beneath Izuku's skin. "Don't," Izuku said. "Don't make this pathetic." A hero is someone who saves people, even when they can't be saved. Izuku looked into All Might's eyes, blue, fading, still burning with that insufferable, unquenchable light. The light that said, "I believe in you." The light that said, "You can be better." The light that had inspired millions, that had held an entire nation together, that had been the foundation of peace and safety for decades. The light that Izuku had always hated. Not because it was wrong, but because it had never been meant for him. "Goodbye, All Might," he whispered. He placed the Joker card against All Might's chest, over the heart, and pushed. The laminated edge of the playing card, driven by an adamantium-reinforced hand and guided by a quirk that calculated penetration depth to the micrometer, slid between the third and fourth ribs, pierced the pericardium, and entered the left ventricle. All Might's eyes went wide, not with pain, with surprise, as if, even now, even at the very end, some part of him had believed that the boy would make a different choice. He didn't. All Might's hand went to his chest. His fingers found the playing card, the Joker, always the Joker, protruding from between his ribs. Blood welled around the card's edge, dark and slow. He looked at Izuku and smiled. Not the hero's smile, not the symbol of peace grin. A sad, quiet, human smile, the smile of a man who had done his best and knew it wasn't enough. "You could have been the greatest hero who ever lived." "I know," Izuku said. "That's the funny part." All Might's legs gave out. He sank to his knees. Then, slowly, gently, like a building settling, he tipped forward. Izuku stepped aside, and the symbol of peace fell face first into the rubble of Kamino Ward. The playing card jutted from his back, visible even from the helicopters circling overhead. The Joker, face up, grinning. All Might lay still. The city went silent, not literally. The fires still burned, the sirens still wailed, the helicopters still circled. But there was a moment, a single crystalline moment, when the entire country seemed to hold its breath. And then the cameras told the world, All Might is dead. The words scrolled across every screen in Japan, every television, every phone, every tablet, every billboard. The footage played on an endless loop, the skeletal form of All Might falling, the playing card in his back, and behind him, walking away into the smoke, a teenager with green hair and a target on his forehead. The symbol of peace was dead, and Bullseye had killed him. Japan broke, not metaphorically. The country's social fabric, already strained by months of escalating villain attacks, hero casualties, and public mistrust, tore apart. The reaction was immediate and volcanic. Riots erupted in 6 cities within hours. Not villain attacks, civilian riots. People pouring into the streets in grief and rage, destroying property, setting fires, attacking anyone in a hero costume. In Tokyo, a mob overran the Hero Commission headquarters. In Osaka, 3 hero agencies were firebombed. In Sapporo, a crowd of 5,000 surrounded a police station and refused to disperse for 36 hours. The stock market crashed. The Nikkei dropped 18% in a single day, the worst single-day decline in history. Businesses closed, schools shut down, hospitals overflowed with victims of the riots and the ongoing villain attacks. The villain underworld erupted in jubilation. All for One's arrest, because All Might had defeated him before dying, and the police had managed to apprehend the unconscious villain, was a hollow victory. The League of Villains declared it a triumph. Shigaraki, now the undisputed leader of the League without his mentor's direct guidance, broadcast a message on every hacked channel. The symbol of peace is dead. The age of heroes is over. A new age begins. Our age. On every villain forum, in every dark web chat room, in every criminal hideout across Japan, one name was spoken with reverence: Bullseye. He killed All Might. With a playing card, the hero world reeled. Endeavor, now technically the #1 hero, was hospitalized with injuries from the Phase 3 attacks. Hawks was grounded permanently, his kneecap destroyed, his wings severed. Best Jeanist was in surgery. Gang Orca was in a coma. Ryukyu had lost an eye. Kamui Woods was in a burn unit. Edgeshot was in recovery. The top 10 heroes of Japan had been decimated in a single night. 3 were dead. Best Jeanist died on the operating table, the bullet wound too catastrophic for even the best surgeons. All Might was dead. And a mid-ranking hero called Crust, who had been killed during the Phase 3 attacks by a Nomu, brought the death toll to 3, plus the 63 kills on Bullseye's personal ledger, plus the uncounted civilian casualties from the citywide attacks. Plus the secondary deaths, people killed in the riots, in the stampedes, in the fires. The total death toll from Phase 3 was estimated at over 400. In the Hero Commission's emergency bunker, the surviving commissioners gathered around a table littered with casualty reports and damage assessments. Their faces were gray. "We've lost control," the chairman said. His voice was hollow. "All Might is dead, the top 10 is gutted, public trust is at 0. We have more villain activity in the past 24 hours than in the previous 5 years combined." "What about Bullseye?" asked the commissioner. "Large. No leads. He disappeared after Camino. He could be anywhere." "What are our options?" "Silence. We don't have options," the chairman said. "We have prayers." In UA's campus, the students of Class 1A gathered in their dormitory common room and watched the news in silence. The room was dark. No one had turned on the lights. The blue glow of the television was the only illumination. They watched the footage of All Might's death. They watched it on loop. They watched the playing card enter his back. They watched Izuku Midoriya walk away into the smoke. Bakugo was standing, not sitting. Standing, his fists at his sides, his jaw still wired shut, his body trembling with a rage so profound it had transcended anger and become something geological, a tectonic force, building pressure, waiting to erupt. Todoroki sat on the couch, staring at the screen. Ice crept across the floor around his feet, spreading outward in jagged crystals. His left side flickered with flame that he didn't seem to notice. Uraraka sat with her knees pulled to her chest, her eyes red, her hands shaking. She hadn't stopped crying since the news broke. Ida stood at the window, looking out at the campus, his hands clasped behind his back. His engines hummed softly, an unconscious activation, as if his body was preparing to run toward a fight that had already ended. Aizawa walked into the room. He was in civilian clothes, a black hoodie and jeans. His right hand was out of the cast, but the fingers were stiff and bent at unnatural angles. His face was blank. He looked at his students, the children he was supposed to protect, the children who had been attacked, traumatized, and targeted by a monster he couldn't stop. "Sensei," Yaoyorozu said. Her voice cracked. "What do we do?" Aizawa looked at the television. All Might's body, covered by a white sheet, being carried from the ruins of Camino Ward. The playing card had been removed by forensic teams. It was already evidence. It was already a symbol. "We do what heroes do," Aizawa said. "We get up, we keep going, and we find him." "And then what?" Tokoyami asked. Aizawa's damaged hand closed into a fist. The broken fingers screamed in protest. He didn't flinch. "Then we stop him, whatever it takes." 3 days after Kamino, Izuku sat in a new safe house, this one in Yokohama, a modest apartment in a quiet residential neighborhood, far from the chaos of Tokyo. He'd moved the night of the attack, abandoning the penthouse, burning his old identities, establishing new ones. He was eating cereal, watching the news, same routine as always. The coverage was constant. All Might's funeral was scheduled for the following week. A state funeral, the first for a hero in Japanese history. Millions were expected to attend. The government had declared a national day of mourning. Flags were at half-mast. Shrines had appeared on every street corner. Candles, flowers, All Might merchandise, handwritten letters. Izuku watched a group of children placing flowers at a shrine. They were crying. One boy, maybe 6 years old, was clutching an All Might action figure to his chest and sobbing. Izuku ate his cereal. His phone buzzed. Messages from the underground, from clients, from admirers. His kill count, his legend, his reputation, all at their peak. He was the most famous villain in the world. The man who killed All Might. The perfect assassin, he scrolled through the messages. Delete, delete, delete. One message caught his eye. Unknown. You killed a god. What do you do next? He stared at it. Type back, Bullseye. I find the next one. He put down his phone, finished his cereal, washed the bowl. He walked to the window and looked out at the city. Yokohama sprawled below, battered but alive. The fires from the Phase 3 attacks had been contained. The streets were quiet, too quiet. People were staying home. Schools were closed, businesses were shuttered, a city holding its breath. Izuku pressed his forehead against the glass. The bullseye scar left a smudge on the window. He'd killed the symbol of peace. He'd broken the hero system. He'd done everything he set out to do, not because he had a plan, not because he had an ideology, but because the opportunities had presented themselves and he'd taken them with perfect accuracy. And now, he didn't feel satisfied. He didn't feel triumphant. He didn't feel much of anything. The same void he'd always carried, the same emptiness behind his eyes. He'd killed the most powerful man in the world, and it hadn't filled the hole. Nothing would. He knew that now. Had always known it, on some level. The kills were temporary fixes. A moment of warmth in an otherwise frozen existence. A brief flash of feeling in a life defined by its absence. He killed because it was the only thing that made him feel alive. And the feeling never lasted, and so he killed again, and again, and again. An addict chasing a high that was always fading, he pressed his palm against the glass. Below, a mother was walking with her daughter, holding the girl's hand. The girl was looking up at the sky, pointing at something, a bird, maybe, or a cloud. The mother smiled. Izuku watched them until they disappeared around a corner. Then he turned away from the window, picked up his messenger bag, and started packing. There would always be another target, another throw, another kill. The world was a shooting gallery, and he was the only one who never missed. He was 18 years old. He was the most dangerous person on the planet, and he was empty. 6 weeks later, the hero world began to stabilize. Barely. Endeavor, recovered from his injuries, assumed the mantle of #1 hero with none of All Might's charisma and all of All Might's pressure. He pushed himself to the breaking point, his flames burning brighter and hotter than ever, as if he could cauterize the wound that All Might's death had torn in the nation's psyche. It wasn't enough. Everyone knew it. But it was something. New heroes rose to fill the gaps. Students graduated early from hero academies, fast-tracked into professional service by a commission desperate for bodies. The surviving heroes worked double shifts, triple shifts, burning out at a rate that worried everyone who tracked such things. Bullseye kept killing, not at the pace of Phase 3 that had been a concentrated burst, a symphony of destruction. Now he returned to his old rhythm. Methodical, precise, and unpredictable. A contract here, a freelance kill there. A hero found dead in an alley with a paperclip in his brainstem. A government official assassinated during a live press conference by a marble that entered through a ventilation shaft, bounced off 3 duct walls, and exited the vent behind the podium to strike the official in the temple. Each kill was a reminder. Each kill was a message. I'm still here. I never miss. And you can't stop me. The task force hunting him grew, expanded, became an international effort as Interpol and foreign hero agencies joined the search. Tips poured in, thousands of them, overwhelming the analysts. Bullseye was spotted in Hokkaido, in Okinawa, in Seoul, in Beijing, in cities he'd never visited and countries he'd never left. None of the tips led anywhere. Izuku changed safe houses every 4 days. changed his appearance, hair color, clothing style, posture. He moved through the world like water, formless and adaptable, impossible to grasp. But the hero students of UA weren't relying on tips. They were hunting him personally. Bakugo, Todoroki, and a team of Class 1A graduates, now licensed heroes, all of them, had formed an unofficial unit dedicated to finding and stopping Bullseye. They trained together obsessively. They studied his methods, his patterns, his psychology. They developed counter tactics for his ricochet attacks, his environmental manipulation, his close quarters combat. They called themselves nothing. They didn't need a name. They had a purpose. Bakugo had gotten the wires removed from his jaw. His first words were, "Where is he?" Todoroki had mastered the simultaneous use of both his ice and fire sides. Full power, full control, a unified force that was greater than the sum of its parts. Ida had upgraded his engines. New hardware, faster acceleration, higher top speed. He could cross 100 meters in under 3 seconds. Yaoyorozu had spent weeks creating specialized equipment, sensor arrays tuned to detect high-velocity projectiles, body armor designed to resist penetration from small objects, flashbang countermeasures. She'd also created something else, a set of adamantium-coated restraints. If they could get them on Izuku's wrists, even his enhanced skeleton wouldn't break free. They tracked him through his kills. Every assassination left a trace. Not physical evidence, but behavioral evidence. The choice of target, the method, the timing, the escape route. Aizawa had taught them to read these traces like a language, building a profile that predicted not where Bullseye was, but where he would be. They found him on a Tuesday in October, in a quiet park in the Shinjuku district of Tokyo. He was sitting on a bench, eating a sandwich, watching children play on the swing set. Bakugo spotted him first. The green hair, the scar, the posture, legs crossed, one arm draped over the back of the bench, completely relaxed. "There," Bakugo said into his communicator. His voice was ice. "East side of the park, bench near the fountain." "Copy," Todoroki said, moving to position. "Copy," Ida said, flanking from the south. They moved, carefully, silently, using the park's trees and structures as cover. They'd rehearsed this 100 times in simulation. Todoroki from the north, Bakugo from the east, Ida from the south, Yaoyorozu from the west, with the restraints. 4 directions, 4 fighters, no escape route. Izuku took a bite of his sandwich, chewed, swallowed. "You can come out," he said, not loudly, conversational. The park went silent. The children on the swing stopped swinging. Parents pulled their kids close. Everyone could feel it. The shift in the air, the drop in pressure, the animal instinct that said predator. Bakugo stepped out from behind a tree. His palms were smoking. His red eyes were locked on Izuku. "Midoriya." "Bakugo." Izuku took another bite. "You look better without the jaw wire. Very rugged, very heroic." "Stand up." "I'm eating." I said stand up. Izuku finished his sandwich, wiped his fingers on his jeans, stood up slowly, hands visible, posture relaxed. Todoroki emerged from the north. Ice crackled at his feet. His left side flickered with flame. Ida appeared from the south, his engines hummed at idle, ready to fire. Yaoyorozu stepped out from the west, restraints in hand, her expression grim. 4 heroes. 4 sides. The park was the arena. Izuku looked at each of them in turn. Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida. Yaoyorozu. The children he'd terrorized at the USJ, at the sports festival, at Takoba. The students he'd broken and bloodied and scarred. They weren't children anymore. He smiled. Not the predator's smile, something else. Something almost admiring. "Look at you," he said. "All grown up. Heroes for real now. Licenses and everything." "Izuku Midoriya," Ida said, his voice ringing across the park. "You are under arrest for the murders of All Might, Best Jeanist, and 65 other victims. You have the right to remain silent." 67, Izuku corrected. "You missed 2. The accountant in Shinjuku and the informant in Roppongi. Keep up." "Surrender," Todoroki said. "Now." "Or what?" Bakugo's palms erupted. The explosion was controlled. A warning shot, a burst of heat and light that scorched the bench Izuku had been sitting on. "Or we do this the hard way." Izuku looked at the burning bench, looked at Bakugo, then at the others. 4 faces, 4 sets of eyes, angry, determined, scared. "The hard way," he repeated. "Yeah, let's do the hard way." He moved, not toward any of them, downward. His adamantium fist punched through the park bench, shattering it into fragments. In the same motion, he grabbed a fistful of shrapnel, wooden splinters, metal bolts, screws from the bench's frame, and threw. 12 pieces of debris launched simultaneously in all 4 directions. 3 toward Bakugo, 3 toward Todoroki, 3 toward Ida, 3 toward Yaoyorozu. All 4 heroes reacted. Bakugo blasted the incoming debris with an explosion. Todoroki raised an ice wall. Ida dodged with his engines. Yaoyorozu created a steel shield. All 4 attacks were deflected, but the debris was a feint. While they were focused on the shrapnel, Izuku had pulled a coin from his pocket and thrown it, not at any of them, but at the park's water fountain. The coin hit the fountain's copper pipe at a calculated angle. The pipe burst. Water sprayed upward in a geyser, filling the air with mist that obscured vision, mist that conducted electricity, mist that would freeze on contact with Todoroki's ice side. Izuku disappeared into the spray. Ida moved first. His engines fired at full power, and he crossed the distance to Izuku's last known position in under a second, a recipro burst that turned him into a human missile. His armored leg drove forward in a kick that could shatter concrete. It hit nothing. Izuku had already moved, shifted 2 feet to the left in the fraction of a second it took Ida to cross the distance. The engine hero's kick cratered the ground where Izuku had been standing. Izuku grabbed Ida's exhaust pipe as the hero flew past. His adamantium grip clamped down and twisted. Metal shrieked. The exhaust port deformed, and Ida's left engine coughed, sputtered, and died. Ida stumbled. Half his speed, gone in an instant. Izuku threw him. Used Ida's own momentum against him, redirecting the engine hero's trajectory with a judo-style toss that sent him tumbling across the park and into a tree. Bakugo attacked from behind, a diving assault, explosions propelling him forward, both palms aimed at Izuku's back. Die! Izuku sidestepped. Bakugo's explosion cratered the ground behind him. Izuku drove his elbow into Bakugo's ribs as the hero flew past. An adamantium elbow that hit like a sledgehammer. Bakugo's ribs cracked. He hit the ground rolling, came up spitting blood, and charged again. Todoroki attacked from the north, a simultaneous ice and fire assault, a pincer of frost and flame that closed on Izuku from 2 directions. The ice came from the right, the fire from the left. Between them, a zone of destruction that should have been inescapable. Izuku threw a marble at the ground between the ice and fire. The marble hit a rock embedded in the soil, bounced upward at a precise angle, and struck Todoroki's left hand, the fire hand. The impact disrupted his control for a fraction of a second. The fire blast veered left. The ice blast, now unbalanced, surged forward without its complementary force. Izuku dodged the ice and threw a knife, a pocket knife he'd been carrying. It flew through the gap in Todoroki's attack and hit the boy's right arm, the ice arm. The blade sank into his forearm. Todoroki hissed. His ice faltered. Blood ran down his arm and froze in the cold air. Yaoyorozu attacked from behind. She'd used the chaos as cover, closing the distance while Izuku was occupied. She came at him with the adamantium restraints, lunging for his wrists. Izuku caught the restraints. His adamantium-reinforced hands closed around the metal cuffs, and for a moment they struggled. Yaoyorozu pushing the restraints toward his wrists, Izuku holding them away. She was strong. Stronger than she looked, her quirk fueling her body's capabilities, but Izuku's enhanced skeleton gave him leverage that no amount of training could match. He twisted the restraints out of her grip, reversed them, and clamped one cuff around Yaoyorozu's own wrist. The adamantium locking mechanism clicked. She stared at the cuff on her wrist in shock. Izuku attached the other cuff to the park's metal fence post. "Nice restraints," he said. "Quality craftsmanship." He threw her against the fence. She hit the metal, her cuffed wrist pulling taut, and hung there, not injured, but immobilized. Her quirk could create objects from her body, but the adamantium cuff was unbreakable. She was stuck. 3 down. 1 to go. Bakugo came again. Because Bakugo always came again. He'd been knocked down 3 times in 30 seconds, and each time he'd gotten up angrier, faster, more explosive. His quirk was feeding on his adrenaline, his sweat production skyrocketing. The explosions were getting bigger, hotter, more unpredictable. "You don't quit," Izuku observed. "I'll give you that." "I'll quit when you're dead," Bakugo snarled. He raised both palms. The air shimmered with heat. He was charging the biggest explosion he'd ever generated, a concentrated blast that would level the entire park. "Don't," Todoroki called out, clutching his wounded arm. "There are still civilians," Bakugo fired. The explosion was enormous. A dome of orange fire and concussive force that expanded outward from Bakugo's palms, devouring everything in its path. Trees splintered. The ground cratered. The water fountain evaporated. The air itself seemed to burn. Izuku threw himself behind a concrete park wall. The explosion hit the wall and tore it apart, but the wall absorbed enough force to reduce the blast from lethal to merely devastating. The shockwave hit him like a truck, sending him tumbling across the broken ground, his skin scorched, his jacket on fire. He rolled, patted out the flames, stood up, his jacket was gone. His shirt was in tatters. Burn marks covered his arms and chest. But the adamantium skeleton held. The bones that gave him his structure, his strength, his permanence, they didn't burn, didn't break, didn't yield. He was hurt, actually hurt. The burns were painful. 2nd degree across his forearms, 1st degree across his chest. Left. His left ear was ringing. A cut above his eye was bleeding into his vision. For the first time in a very long time, Bullseye had been genuinely damaged. Bakugo stood in the crater his explosion had created, panting, his arms drooping. He'd put everything into that blast. His sweat glands were dry. His palms were blistered. He was running on empty, but he was standing. And across the destroyed park, so was Izuku. They looked at each other. Not bad, Izuku said. His voice was hoarse. That actually hurt. Bakugo's cracked lips formed a grim line. Good. Izuku reached for his bag. It was gone, destroyed in the explosion, its contents scattered. No cards, no marbles, no ball bearings, no knives. He was standing in the ruins of a park with empty pockets and burned skin. He looked at the ground. Rubble, broken concrete, splintered wood, metal fragments from the destroyed fence. A scattering of coins from the fountain that had been vaporized. He smiled. Everything was a weapon. He picked up a piece of broken concrete the size of a golf ball, threw it at Bakugo. The chunk of rubble crossed the distance in a heartbeat and hit Bakugo in the left shoulder. The boy spun sideways, another chunk, right thigh. Bakugo stumbled. A third, left knee. Bakugo went down. A fourth, temple. Bakugo's eyes unfocused. He was throwing rubble with the same precision he threw playing cards. Each piece hit a nerve cluster, a joint, a pressure point. The rocks weren't aerodynamic. They tumbled and wobbled in flight. But Izuku's quirk compensated for every irregularity. Every shift in air resistance, every wobble and rotation, Bakugo tried to stand. A 5th piece of rubble hit him in the center of the chest and knocked him flat. Izuku walked toward him, slowly. His burned arms at his sides, his green eyes flat and cold and empty. He stood over Bakugo. The hero, his former classmate, his once rival who had been too scared to talk to him after the carotid artery comment, lay on his back in the crater, bruised and bleeding and beaten. Same as always, Izuku said. All power. No precision. You've never understood it, Bakugo. Strength doesn't matter. Speed doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is where the hit lands. He picked up one more piece of rubble. Small, sharp. He held it over Bakugo's face. Bakugo looked up at him. Bloody, defiant, unbroken. Do it, Bakugo said. Kill me. Add me to your count. Izuku looked at the rock in his hand, looked at Bakugo, looked at the sky, and he dropped the rock. It landed harmlessly beside Bakugo's head. No, Izuku said. You're not on my list. He turned and walked away. Behind him, Bakugo lay in the crater and stared at the sky. Tears he would never acknowledge ran down his face and mixed with the blood and the dirt. Izuku made it 6 blocks before the perimeter closed. They'd been smarter than he'd expected. The park confrontation wasn't the trap, it was the trigger. The real trap was the cordon. 30 pro heroes, positioned in a ring around the park district, closing in the moment the fight began. Police units at every intersection, helicopters above, drones tracking heat signatures. They'd sacrificed their 4 best fighters to pin him down and give the cordon time to close. Smart. Really smart. Aizawa's plan, probably. Izuku stopped on a rooftop and surveyed the closing net. Heroes converging from every direction. Searchlights sweeping the streets. Loudspeakers demanding his surrender. He was hurt, burned, exhausted. His ammunition was gone. His bag was destroyed. He had nothing in his pockets except a few coins and the green glass marble he'd carried since childhood. He pulled out the marble, held it up to the searchlight. The green glass caught the light and glowed. 13 years ago, he'd thrown a marble just like this one and killed a sparrow. His first throw, his first kill. The moment everything began, he rolled it between his fingers, felt its weight, its smoothness. The heroes were closing in, 2 blocks, 1 block. He looked at the marble, looked at the city. looked at the night sky above, clear, cold, the stars invisible behind the light pollution and the smoke. He closed his fist around the marble. "One more throw," he said. He didn't surrender. He didn't run. He didn't hide. He jumped off the rooftop and landed in the street below, directly in front of the approaching hero line. 30 pro heroes faced him, a wall of quirks and armor and righteous fury. He stood in the center of the street, alone, unarmed except for the marble in his hand and the coins in his pocket. "Come on then," he said. They came. The first hero fired a beam of energy at him. Izuku dodged right, threw a coin. The coin hit the hero's visor and shattered it. The hero flinched, and Izuku was past him. The second hero lunged with a hardened fist. Izuku ducked under the punch, drove his adamantium knee into the hero's stomach, and used the man's body as a shield against the third hero's ice attack. The ice froze the second hero solid, and Izuku dropped him and kept moving. He fought through the line like a man possessed. Every coin was a weapon. Every piece of street debris was ammunition. He threw chunks of asphalt, scraps of metal, pieces of broken glass. Each one found its target. Each one hit with devastating precision, but there were 30 of them, and he was one. A hero with a binding quirk caught his left arm. Another wrapped his legs in concrete. A third slammed him with a gravity field that tripled his weight. He threw the marble, his last projectile, his first weapon. The green glass marble sailed through the air between two heroes, over a police car, off a streetlight, off the hood of a van, 4 ricochets that carried it across the street and into the searchlight mounted on the police helicopter above. The searchlight exploded. The helicopter banked hard, its pilot blinded. The searchlight's debris rained down on the street, and in the confusion, 3 seconds of darkness and chaos, Izuku broke free. He snapped the binding on his arm, shattered the concrete on his legs, pushed through the gravity field with pure adamantium-enhanced brute force. But they caught him again, and again, and again. Each time he broke free, more heroes piled on. Each time he threw, he had less to throw. The coins ran out, the debris ran out, the street was clean, swept bare by the fight. He had nothing left to throw. 20 heroes surrounded him, battered, bleeding, but functional. They closed in with restraints and suppression gear and quirk-dampening technology. Izuku stood in the center of the ring, empty-handed, burned, bleeding. His green hair was matted with blood and sweat. The bullseye scar on his forehead was split open for the 100th time, red rivulets running down his face. He looked at the heroes surrounding him, looked at the sky, and he laughed. Not the maniacal laugh, not the cruel laugh. A quiet, tired, genuine laugh. The laugh of a man who had finally run out of road. "I never miss," he said. They hit him with everything. Binding quirks, suppression fields, tranquilizer darts, energy blasts, a wall of force that slammed him to the ground and held him there while the restraints went on, the same adamantium-coated restraints that Yaoyorozu had designed, replicated and distributed by the Commission to every hero unit in Tokyo. The cuffs clicked around his wrists, his ankles, a collar around his neck that suppressed his quirk entirely. Not erasure, but a technological dampener that blocked the neural pathways his perfect aim relied on. For the first time in his life, Izuku Midoriya couldn't calculate a trajectory. The numbers in his head went silent. The world became imprecise. He lay on the cold asphalt, face down, cuffed and collared, surrounded by heroes, and he felt something he'd never felt before. Nothing. Not the old nothing. The void, the emptiness, the absence of emotion. A new nothing. A silence where the calculations used to be. The endless stream of data, distances, angles, velocities, wind speeds that had been running in his head since he was 4 years old, since he'd thrown that first marble at that first sparrow. Gone. The silence was deafening. "Got him," a hero shouted. "We got him." The celebration was muted. Too many injuries, too many deaths, too much trauma. The heroes had caught the monster, but the monster had already eaten the world. They loaded Izuku into an armored transport vehicle, a mobile prison cell designed for high-threat villains, with walls of reinforced titanium and quirk-dampening fields that turned the interior into a dead zone. He was strapped to a chair, his adamantium skeleton the only part of him that retained its power. The vehicle moved through the streets of Tokyo. Outside, the city was dark and quiet. Inside, Izuku sat in silence, his green eyes staring at the metal wall. An escort of 20 heroes accompanied the transport. Police cars, front and back. Helicopter above. The full apparatus of law enforcement, dedicated to delivering one teenager to a prison that had been built specifically for him, Tartarus. The maximum security villain prison built on an artificial island in Tokyo Bay. The same prison that held All for One, who had survived his injuries at Camino. The same prison that would now hold the boy who had killed the symbol of peace. The transport crossed the bridge to the island. The gates opened. The vehicle descended into the underground facility. Izuku was processed, photographed, scanned. His adamantium skeleton was documented by a team of scientists who stared at the X-rays with a mixture of horror and fascination. His quirk dampener was checked, rechecked, and triple-checked. They put him in a cell. Concrete walls, 12 inches thick. A steel door with 17 separate locking mechanisms. No windows. No furniture except a concrete slab that served as a bed. A single overhead light that never turned off. They left him there. He sat on the concrete slab and stared at the wall. The silence in his head was total. No numbers. No angles. No trajectories. He raised his hand and looked at it. The hand that had thrown thousands of perfect shots. The hand that had killed 67 people. The hand that had put a playing card through All Might's heart. Just a hand now. 5 fingers. Skin and muscle and adamantium bone. He closed his fist. Opened it. Closed it again. In the control room above, a dozen monitors showed every angle of his cell. Guards watched. Analysts watched. The commission watched. In UA's dormitory, the surviving students of Class 1A watched the live broadcast of Bullseye's capture on the common room television. The cheering they should have felt wouldn't come. They'd lost too much. All Might was dead. Friends were in hospitals. The world they'd believed in, the world where heroes always won and villains always lost, was gone. They'd won this battle, but the war had already been lost. Bakugo watched from his hospital bed. He didn't cheer, didn't react, just watched the green-haired figure on the screen being led into Tartarus in chains. "It's over," someone said. Bakugo shook his head. It wasn't over. It would never be over. Because even in chains, even in a cell, even with his quirk suppressed and his weapons taken, Izuku Midoriya had already won. He'd killed the symbol of peace. He'd broken the hero system. He'd proven, beyond any possible doubt, that the world was not safe. That all the heroes, all the quirks, all the institutions and organizations and symbols, none of it could protect you from a boy with a marble and a smile. The world would rebuild. Heroes would rise. New symbols would emerge. But the crack that Bullseye had put in the foundation of hero society would never fully heal. Every hero who patrolled the streets would carry the knowledge that somewhere in a cell beneath the ocean, the perfect assassin was waiting. Every student who enrolled in a hero academy would know that the profession they'd chosen had been shattered by a teenager with no cause, no ideology, and no remorse. And every parent who watched their child leave for hero school would remember the footage, the playing cards, the ricochets, the blood, and would wonder in the dark hours of the night if this was the world they wanted their children to inherit. In his cell, Izuku Midoriya lay on his concrete slab and stared at the ceiling. No numbers, no angles, no trajectories, just silence. He raised his hand, extended his index finger, pointed at the light on the ceiling. "Bang," he whispered. He smiled. That smile, the one that had launched 1,000 nightmares, that had been the last thing 67 people ever saw, that had made gods flinch and heroes weep. And somewhere in that smile, buried so deep that even Izuku didn't know it was there, was the ghost of a 4-year-old boy who had thrown a marble at a sparrow and discovered the only thing in the world that made him feel real. The light buzzed above him. The cell was cold. The world turned on without him. But the fear remained. In every city, in every home, in every hero agency and police station and government office in Japan, the fear remained. A low-grade dread that lived in the background of daily life like radiation, invisible, persistent, corrosive. The fear that the walls were not thick enough, that the locks were not strong enough, that the dampeners could fail. The fear that Bullseye would find a way, because he always found a way. He never missed. And deep in the silence of Tartarus, in a cell built to hold the unkillable, behind 17 locks and 12 inches of concrete, and the full technological might of a nation that feared him more than any force in nature, Izuku Midoriya closed his eyes. And in the darkness behind his eyelids, he calculated.
The Chronos Legend roster. Huge respect to the legends fueling this journey. Your support is the engine behind everything we do. Whether you're on the front lines or reaching for the stars, you make this possible. Pro Heroes. The elite front line, stepping up and setting the pace for the whole community. Rathakit. Dylan the Proud. D.I. Fire 05. Symbol of peace, the pillars of the community, the titans who keep our foundations solid and the hype alive. Yamal, Christian Mullins, Bully Maguire Shadow, Kenneth Ponteras, Neostar Productions, Asael Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddie Rose, Omega, Chris Talley, Alexander Thompson, Remorsefuls, Black Vein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SKER, Corey Tokars, Jan, Devin Black, Crow, Joe Bros, Ray Von Crimson River, Dante Alaster, Adam Youngers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, K, Howie 60, Ignacio, Albert. Hope of the universe. The ultimate guardians, celestial tier supporters whose impact shines across the galaxy. Tayshawn Palmer, Keyshawn, Coldbane 4, The Maniac 563, Sean Brooks, Debbie Vo, L.S. Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, Ixshoot 50, Greg Green, James, Juan, and Zeno KJ. And that's how you turn a hero story into a goddamn horror movie. If this made you feel some type of way, smash that subscribe button because we're doing more unhinged what-if scenarios. Drop a comment telling me who Bullseye should have killed. Thanks for watching, you beautiful degenerates.